just getting some settings ready for what we've got today. As far as reading, I was able to look up H.P. Lovecraft and all of his works. So, Dan, in relating the circumstances which have led to my confinement within this refuge for the demented, I am aware that my present position will create a natural doubt of the authenticity of my narrative. It is an unfortunate fact that the bulk of humanity is too limited in its mental vision to weigh with patience and intelligence those isolated phenomena seen and felt only by a psychologically sensitive few, which lie outside its common experience. Men of broader intellect know that there is no sharp distinction betwixt the real and the unreal, that all things appear as they do only by virtue of the delicate individual physical and mental media through which we are made conscious of them. But the prosaic materialism of the majority condemns as madness the flashes of supersight which penetrate the common veil of obvious empiricism. My name is Jervis Dudley, and from my earliest childhood I have been a dreamer and a visionary, wealthy beyond the necessity of a commercial life and temperamentally unfitted for the formal studies and social recreations of my acquaintances. I have dwelt ever in realms apart from this visible world, sending my youth and adolescence in ancient and little known books and in roaming the fields and groves of the region near my ancestral home. I do not think that what I read in these books or saw in these fields and groves was exactly what other boys read and saw there. But of this I must say little, since detailed speech would but confirm those cruel slanders upon my intellect which I sometimes overhear from the whispers of the stealthy attendants around me. It is sufficient for me to relate events without analyzing causes. I have said that I dwelt apart from the visible wrong, but I have not said that I dwelt alone. This no human creature may do, for lacking the fellowship of the living, he inevitably draws upon the companionship of things that are not, or are no longer, living. Close by my home there lies a singular wooded hollow in whose twilight deeps I spent most of my time reading, thinking, and dreaming. Down its moss-covered slopes my first steps of infancy were taken, and around its grotesquely gnarled oak trees my first fancies of boyhood were woven. Well, did I come to know the presiding dryads of those trees, and often have I watched their wild dances in the struggling beams of a waning moon. But of these things I must not now speak. I will tell only of the lone tomb in the darkest of the hillside thickets, the deserted tomb of the Hydes, an old and exalted family whose last direct descendant had been laid within its black recesses many decades before my birth. The vault to which I refer of ancient granite, weathered and discolored by the mists and dampness of generations, excavated back into the hillside. The structure is visible only at the entrance. The door, a ponderous and forbidding slab of stone, hangs upon rusted iron hinges, and is fastened ajar in a quarrelly sinister way by means of a heavy iron chains and padlocks, according to a gruesome fashion of half century ago. The abode of the race whose scions are here ennourned had once crowned the declivity which holds the tomb, but had long since fallen victim to the flames which sprang up from a disastrous stroke of lightning. Of the midnight storm which destroyed this gloomy mansion, the older inhabitants of the region sometimes speak in hushed and uneasy voices, alluding to what they call divine wrath, in a manner that in later years vaguely increased the always strong fascination which I felt for the forest darkened sepulchre. One man only had perished in the fire when the last of the hides was buried in his place of shade and stillness. The sad unfurl of ashes had become a distant land to which the family had repaired when the mansion burned down. No one remains to lay flowers before the granite portal, and few care to brave the depressing shadows which seem to linger strangely about the water-worn stones. I shall never forget the afternoon when first I stumbled upon the half-hidden house of death. It was in midsummer when the alchemy of nature transmutes the sylvan landscape to one vivid and almost homogeneous mass of green, when the senses are well nigh intoxicated with the surging seas of most verdure and the subtly and indefinable odors of the soil and the vegetation. In such surroundings, the mind loses its perspective. Time and space become trivial and unreal, and echoes of a forgotten prehistoric past beat insistently upon the enthralled consciousness. All day I had been wandering through the mystic groves of the hollow, thinking thoughts I need not discuss, and conversing with things I need not name. In years a child of 10, I had seen and heard many wonders unknown to the throng, and was oddly aged in certain respects, when upon forcing my way between two savage clumps of briar beers, I suddenly encountered the entrance of the vault. I had no knowledge of what I had discovered. The dark blocks of granite, the door so curiously ajar, and the funeral carvings above the arch aroused in me no associations of mournful or terrible character. Of graves and tombs knew and imagined much, but had, on account of my peculiar temperament, been kept from all personal contact with churchyards and cemeteries. The strange stone house on the woodland slope was to me only a source of interest and speculation, and its cold, damp interior, into which I vainly peered through the aperture so transcendently left, contained for me no hint of death or decay. But in that instant of curiosity, I was born the madly unreasoning desire which has brought me to this hell of confinement, spurred on by a voice which must have come from the hideous soul of the forest. I resolved to enter the beckoning gloom in spite of the ponderous chains which barred my passage. In the one waning light of day, I alternately rattled the rusty impediments with a view to throw wide the stone door, and assailed to squeeze my light from through the space and already provided but neither plan met with success. but neither plan met with success. At first curious, I was now frantic, and when the thickening twilight I turned to my home, I had sworn to the 100 gods of the grove that at any cost I would some day force an entrance to the black chilly depths that seemed calling out to me. The physician with the iron gray beard who comes each day to my room once told a visitor that this decision marked the beginning of a pitiful monomania, but I will leave final judgment to my readers when they shall have learnt it all. The months following my discovery were spent in futile attempts to force the complicated padlock of the slightly open vault, and in carefully guarded inquiries regarding the nature and history of the structure. With the traditionally receptive ears of the small boy, I learned much, though an habitual secretiveness caused me to tell no one of my information or my resolve. It is perhaps worth mentioning that I was not at all surprised or terrified on learning of the nature of the vault. My rather original ideas regarding life and death had caused me to associate the cold clay with the breathing body in a vague fashion, and I felt that the greater and sinister family of the burned down mansion was in some way represented within the stone space I sought to explore. Mumbled tales of the weird rites and godless revels of bygone years in the ancient hall gave me a new and potent interest in the tomb, before whose door I would sit for hours at a time each day. Once I thrust a candle within the nearly closed entrance, but could see nothing save a flight of damp stone steps leading downward. The odor of the place repelled yet bewitched me. I felt I had known it before, and it passed remote beyond all recollection, beyond even my tendency of body, of the body I now possess. The year after I first beheld the tomb, I stumbled upon a worm-eaten translation of Plutarch's Lives in the book-filled attic of my home. Reading the life of Theseus, I was much impressed by that passage telling of the great stone beneath which the boyish hero was to find his tokens of destiny whenever he should become old enough to lift his enormous weight. This legend had the effect of dispelling my keenest impatience to enter the vault, for it made me feel that the time was not yet ripe. Later, I told myself I should grow to a strength and ingenuity which might enable me to unfasten the heavy chained door with ease. But until then, I would do better by conforming to what seemed the will of fate. Accordingly, my watches by the dark portal became less persistent, and much of my time was spent in other thought, equally strange pursuits. I would sometimes rise very quietly in the night, stealing out to walk in those churchyards and places of burial from which I had been kept by my parents. What I did there, I may not say, for I am not now sure of the reality of certain things, but I know that on the day after such a nocturnal ramble, I would often astonish those about with me with knowledge of topics almost forgotten of many generations. It was after night like this that I shocked the community with a interesting conceit about the burial of the rich and celebrated Squire Brewster, a maker of local history who was interred in 1711 and whose slate headstone, bearing a graven skull and crossbones, was slowly crumbling to powder. In a moment of childish imagination, I vowed not only that the undertaker, Goodman Simpson, had stolen the silver buckled shoes, silken hose, and satin small clothes of the deceased before burial, but that the squire himself, not fully inanimate, had turned twice in his mound covered coffin on the day after interment. But the idea of entering the tomb never left my thoughts. being indeed stimulated by the unexpected genealogical discovery that my own material ancestry, that my own maternal ancestry possessed at least a slight link with the supposedly extinct family of the Hydes. Last of my paternal race, I was likewise the last of this older and more mysterious line. I began to feel that the tomb was mine, and to look forward with hot eagerness to the time when I might pass within that stone door and down those slimy stone steps in the dark. I now formed the habit of listening very intently at the slightly open portal, choosing my favorite hours of midnight stillness for the odd vigil. By the time I came of age, I had made a small clearing in the thicket before the mold stained facade of the hillside, allowing the surrounding vegetation to encircle and overhang the spaces like the walls and roof of a sylvan bower. This bower was my temple, the fastened door my shrine, and here I would lie outstretched on the mossy ground, thinking strange thoughts and dreaming strange dreams. The night of the first revelation was a sultry one. I must have fallen asleep from fatigue, for it was with a distinct sense of awakening that I heard the voices of those tones and accents. I hesitate to speak. Of their quality I will not speak, but I may say that they presented certain uncanny differences in vocabulary, pronunciation, and mode of utterance. Every shade of New England dialect, from the uncouth syllables of the Puritan colonist to the precise rhetoric of 50 years ago, seemed represented in that shadowy colloquy, though it was only later that I noticed the fact. At the time, indeed, my attention was distracted from this matter by another phenomenon, a phenomenon so fleeting that I could not take oath upon its reality. I barely fancied that as I awoke, a light had been hurriedly extinguished with the sunken sepulchre. I do not think I was either astonished or panic stricken, but I know that I was greatly and permanently changed that night. Upon returning home, I went with much directness to a rotting chest in the attic, wherein I found the key which the next day unlocked with ease the barrier I had so long sought in vain. It was in the soft glow of the late afternoon that I first entered the vault of the abandoned slope. A spell was upon me, and my heart leaped with exultation. I can but describe it. As I closed the door behind me and descended the dripping steps by the light of my lone candle, seemed to know the way, and though the candle sputtered with the stifling reek of the place, I felt singularly at home in the musty charnel house air. Looking about me, I beheld many marble slabs bearing coffins. Of the remains of coffins, some of these were sealed and intact, but others had nearly vanished, leaving the silver handles and the plates isolated amidst certain curious heaps of whitish dust. Upon one plate I read the name of Sir Geoffrey Hyde, who had come from Sussex in 1640 and died here a few years later. In a conspicuous alcove was one fairly well preserved and unattended casket, adorned with a single name, which brought to me both a smile and a shudder. An odd impulse caused me to climb upon the broad slab, extinguished my candle, and lie down within the vacant box. In the gray light of dawn, I staggered from the vault and locked the chain of the door behind me. I was no longer a young man, though but 21. Winters had chilled my bodily frame, early rising villagers who observed my homeward progress looked at me strangely and marveled at the signs of ribald revelry which they saw in one whose life was known to be sober and solitary. I did not appear before my parents till after a long and refreshing sleep. Henceforth I haunted the tomb each night, seeing, hearing, and doing things I must never reveal. My speech, always susceptible to environmental influences, was the first thing to succumb to the change, and my suddenly acquired sarcasm of dictaton, Diciton was soon remarked upon. Later, a very odd boldness and reckless came into my demeanor, till I unconsciously grew to possess the bearing of a man of the world despite my lifelong seclusion. My formerly silent tongue waxed voluble with the easy grace of a Chesterfield or the godless cynicism of a Rochester. I displayed a peculiar erudition, utterly unlike the fantastic, monkish lore over which I had pored in youth, and covered the fly leaves of my books with facile impromptu epigrams which brought up suggestions of Happy Prior, the sprightliest, and the Augustian wits and rhymesters. One morning at breakfast, I came close to the disaster of declaiming impalpably licorice accents and a fusion of 18th century Bacchanalian mirth, a bit of Gregorian playfulness never recorded in a book, which ran something like this. Come hither, my lads, with your tankards of ale, and drink to the present before it shall fail. Pile each on your platter a mountain of beef, for 'tis eating and drinking that bring us relief. So fill up your glass, for life will soon pass. When you're dead, you'll never drink to your king or your lass. Anacreon had a red nose, so they say. But what's a red nose if you're happy and gay? Gad split me, I'd rather be red while I'm here than white as a lily and dead half a year. So Betty, my miss, come give me a kiss. In hell there's no innkeeper's daughter like this. Young Harry propped up just as straight as he'd be able, since we'll soon lose his wig and sip under the table. But fill up your goblets and pass 'em around. Better under the table than under the ground. So revel and chaff as you thirsty quaff under 6 feet of dirt, and 'tis less easy to laugh. The fiends strike me blue. I'm scarce able to walk, and damn me if I can stand upright or talk. Here, landlord, bid Betty to summon a chair. I'll try home for a while, for my wife is not there, so lend me a hand. I'm not able to stand, but I'm gay while I linger on top of the land. About this time I conceived my present fear of fire and thunderstorms, previously indifferent to such things. I had now an unspeakable horror of them, and would retire to the innermost recesses of the house whenever the heavens threatened an electrical display. A favorite haunt of mine during the day was the ruined cellar of the mansion that had burned down, and in fancy I would picture the structures that had been in its prime. On one occasion I startled a villager by leading him confidently to a shallow sub-cellar, of whose existences I seemed to know in spite of the fact that it had been unseen and forgotten for many generations. At last came that which I had feared. My parents, alarmed at the altered manner and appearance of their only son, commenced to exert over my movements a kindly espionage which threatened to result in disaster. I had told no one of my visits to the tomb, having guarded my secret purpose with religious zeal since childhood, but now I was forced to exercise care in threading the mazes of the wooded hollow, that I might throw off a possible pursuer. my key to the vault I kept suspended from a cord around my neck, but its presence known only to me. I never carried out the sepulchre, any of the things I came upon, while within its walls. One morning, as I emerged from a damp tomb and fastened the chain of the portal with none too steady a hand, I beheld as an adjacent thicket the dreaded face of a watcher. Surely the end was near, for my bower was discovered, and the objective of my nocturnal journeys revealed. The man did not accost me, so I hastened home in an effort to overhear what he might report to my careworn father. Were my sojourns home in an effort to overhear what he might report to my careworn father? Were my sojourns beyond the chained door about to be proclaimed to the world? Imagine my delighted astonishment of hearing the spy inform my parent in a cautious whisper that I had spent the night in the bower outside the tomb, my sleep filmed eyes fixed upon the crevice where the padlocked portal stood ajar. By what miracle had the watcher been thus deluded? Why, I was now convinced that a supernatural agency protected me. Made bold by this heaven sent circumstance, I began to resume perfect openness and go into the vault, confident that no one could witness my entrance. For a week I tasted to the full the joys of that charnel conviviality which I must not describe. When the thing happened, and I was borne away to this accursed abode of sorrow and monotony, I should not have ventured out that night, for the taint of thunder was in the clouds, and a hellish phosphorescence rose from the rank swamp at the bottom of the hollow. The call of the dead, too, was different. Instead of the hillside tomb, it was charred cellar on the crest of the slope, whose presiding daemon beckoned to me with unseen fingers. As I emerged from an intervening grove upon the plain before the ruin, I beheld in the misty moonlight a thing I had always vaguely expected. The mansion, gone for a century, once more reared its stately height to the raptured vision, every window ablaze with the splendor of many candles. Up the long drive rolled the coaches of the Boston gentry, while on foot came a numerous assemblage of powdered exquisites from the neighboring mansions. With the throng I mingled, though I knew I belonged with the hosts rather than with the guests. Inside the hall were music, laughter, and wine on every hand. Several faces I recognized, though I should have known them better had they been shriveled or eaten away by death and decomposition. Amidst the wild and reckless throng, I was the wildest and most abandoned. Gay blasphemy poured in torrents from my lips, and in my shocking sallies I heeded no law of God, man, or nature. Suddenly a peal of thunder, resonant even above the din of this swinish revelry, clave the very roof and laid a hush of fear upon the boisterous company. Red tongues of flame and searing gusts of heat engulfed the house, and the roisterers, struck with terror at the descent of calamity which seemed to transcend the bounds of unguided nature, fled shrieking into the night. I alone remained, riveted to my seat by a groveling fear which I had never felt before. And then a second horror took possession of my soul. Burnt alive to ashes, my body dispersed by the four winds, I might never lie in the tomb of the Hydes. Was not my coffin prepared for me? Had I not a right to rest till eternity amongst the descendants of Sir Geoffrey Hyde? Ay, I would claim my heritage of death, even though my soul goes seeking through the ages of another corporeal tenement to represent it on that vacant slab in the alcove of the vaults. Jarvis Hyde would never share the sad fate of Palinurus. As the phantom of the burning house faded, I found myself screaming and struggling madly in the arms of two men, one of whom was the spy who had followed me to the tomb. Rain was pouring down in torrents, and upon the southern horizon were flashes of the lightning that had so lately passed over our heads. My father, his face lined with sorrow, stood by as I shouted my demands to be laid within the tomb, frequently admonishing my captors to treat me as gently as they could. A blackened circle on the floor of the ruined cellar told of a violent stroke from the heavens, and from this spot a group of curious villagers with lanterns were prying a small box of antique workmanship, which the thunderbolt had brought to light. Ceasing my futile and now objectless writing, I watched with the spectators as they viewed the treasure trove and was permitted to share in their discoveries. The box, whose fastenings were broken by the stroke which had unearthed it, contained many papers and objects of value. But I had eyes for one thing alone. It was the porcelain miniature of a young man in a smartly curled bagwig, and bore the initials J.H. The face was such that as I gazed I might well have been studying my mirror. On the following day, I was brought to this room with the barred windows, but I have been kept informed of certain things through an aged and simple-minded servitor for whom I bore a fondness in infancy, and who, like me, loves the churchyard. What I have dared relate of my experiences within the vault has brought me only pitying smiles. My father, who visits me frequently, declares that at no time did I pass the chained portal, and swears that the rusted padlock had not been touched for 50 years when he examined it. He even says that all the village knew of my journeys to the tomb, and that I was often watched as I slept in the bower outside the grim facade, my half open eyes fixed on the crevice that leads to the interior. Against these assertions, I have no tangible proof to offer, since my key to the padlock was lost in the struggle on the night of horrors. The strange things of the past which I learnt during those nocturnal meetings with the dead he dismisses as the fruits of my lifelong and omnivorous browsing among the ancient volumes of the family library. Had it not been for my old servant Hiram, I should have by this time become quite convinced of my madness. But Hiram, loyal to the last, has held faith in me, and has done that which impels me to make to make public at least a part of my story. A week ago, he burst open the lock which chains the door of the tomb perpetually ajar, and descended with a lantern into the murky depths. On a slab in the tomb, on a slab on the alcove, he found an old but empty coffin whose tarnished plate bears the single word Jarvis, Jarbas. In that coffin and in that vault, they have promised me I shall be buried. And that was H.P. Lovecraft and the tomb, which really, mm, is going to be the next one. Somebody asked me to read a particular work of theirs, and I will be reading that. We've got the next story ready to be read, prepared, and of course some coffee. was interesting reading The Tomb. Some things I could definitely connect with, some things I could definitely see. Some key words, if you've been watching, if you've been following each day on the lives. There are certain key words that was just mentioned in the story of the Tomb by H.P. Lovecraft that that correlates with a multitude of ancient subjects we've been talking about and sharing from their own sources. So I'm gonna get this coffee. Give Mary Jane a thumbs up. And for I just want to share from my heart a lot of stuff that I'm reading. I've made this journey. I've made this journey quite a bit, and in the past it's been very difficult. I mean, it's been I mean, transformation is life meeting destruction and being restructured. And if you want a mind and a heart and a soul that's going to connect with God or heaven or whatever divine aspect of the mother, father of the universe that you connect with, then you've got to grow and grow and grow and grow. And that means so much destruction. And that destruction it's the inside. It's fusing something real and authentic, something dedicated. And this this portion of all that I'm sharing is taking you down those old roads and allowing you to gather the information so that when you enter the experience, and I don't need to tell you what the experience will be. I don't You will know when you're in the experience and these things hit your head, you're gonna be like, okay, no. And you're gonna literally turn your back and walk away. And they're gonna ask everybody for months and years to come, why did they just leave? What happened? What did I do? What did they do? They're going to be left in a bajillion questions. And guess what? For someone that did you dirty, you leave them with a gajillion questions because that's going to eat at their soul every single day for the rest of eternity. You want to do some grow, grow. So I'm taking you on that journey so that you may know the doom that came to Sarnath, 1919, H.P. Lovecraft. There is in the land of Menor a vast still lake that is fed by no stream and out of which no stream flows. 10,000 years ago there stood by its shore the mighty city of Sarnath, but Sarnath stands there no more. It is told that in the immemorial years that the world was young, before ever the men of Sarnath came to the land of Minar, another city stood beside the lake, the gray stone city of Id, which was as old as the lake itself, and people and beings not pleasing to behold. Very odd and ugly were these things, as indeed are most beings of a world yet incoherent and rudely fashioned. It is written on the brick cylinders of Caratharon that the beings of Eve were in hue as green as the lake and the mists that rise above it, that they had bulging eyes, pouting, flapping lips, and curious ears, and were without voice. It is also written that they descended one night from the moon in a mist. They and the vast still lake and Greystone City Eve. However this may be, it is certain that they worshipped a sea green stone idol chiseled in the likeness of Bogrod, and the great water lizard, before which they danced horribly when the moon was gibbous. And it is written in the papyrus of Lamech that they one day discovered fire and thereafter kindled flames on many ceremonial occasions, but not much is written of these beings, because they lived in very ancient times, and man is young and knows little of the very ancient living beings. After many aeons, men came to the land of Menard, a dark shepherd folk with their fleecy flocks, who built Thra, Iarnek, and Kadetharon on the winding river Ai, and certain tribes more hardy than the rest pushed on the border of the lakes and built Sarnath at a spot where precious metals were found in the earth. No far from the gray city of Eve did the wandering tribes lay the first stones of Sarnath, and at the beings of Eve they marveled greatly. But with their marveling was mixed hate, for they thought it not meet that beings of such aspect should walk about the world of men at dusk. Nor did they like the strange sculptures upon the gray monoliths of Eve, for those sculptures were terrible with great antiquity. Why the beings and the sculptures lingered so late in the world, even until the coming of men, none can tell, unless it was because the land of Menard is very still and remote from most other lands, both waking and of dream. As the men of Sarnath beheld more of the beings of Eve, their hate grew, and it was not less because they found the beings weak and soft as jelly to the touch of stone and spears and arrows. So one day the young warriors, the slingers and spearmen and the bowmen, marched against Eve and slew all the inhabitants thereof, pushing the caduceus bodies into the lake with long spears, because they did not wish to touch them, and because they did not like the gray sculptured monoliths of Eve, they cast these also into the lake, wondering from the greatness of the labor. However, the stones were brought from afar, as they must have been, since there is naught like them in all the land of Menard, or in the lands adjacent. Thus of the very city Eve was nothing spared, save the sea green stone idol chiseled in the likeness of Bogorud, the water lizard. This the young warriors took back with them to Sarnath as a symbol of conquest over the old gods and beings of Eve, and a sign of leadership in Manar. But on the night after it was set up in the temple, a terrible thing must have happened, for weird lights were seen over the lake, and in the morning the people found the idol gone, and the high priest Taranish lying dead, as from some fear unspeakable. And before he died, Tarnish had scrawled upon the altar of chrysolite with coarse, shaky strokes the sign of doom. After Tarnish, there were many high priests in Sarnath, but never was the sea green stone idol found. And many centuries came and went wherein Sarnath prospered exceedingly, so that only priests and old women remembered what Taranish had scrawled upon the altar of chrysolite. Betwixt Sarnath and the city of Arnek arose a caravan route, and the precious metals from the earth were exchanged for other metals and rare clothes and jewels and books and tools and artificers and all things of luxury that are known to the people who dwell along the working river Eye and beyond. So Sarnath waxed many, mighty, and learned a beautiful and sent forth conquering armies to subdue the neighboring cities. And in time there sate one upon the throne in Sarnath the kings of all the land of Menard and of many lands adjacent. The wonder of the world and the pride of all mankind was Sarnath the Magnificent. Of polished desert, quarried, marbled were its walls, in height 300 cubits, in breadth 75, so that chariots might pass each other as men drave them along the top. For full 500 stadia did they run, being open only on the side toward the lake, where there's a green stone sea wall kept back the waves that rose oddly once a year at the festival of the destroying of Eve. In Sarnath were 50 streets from the lake to the gates of the caravans, and 50 more intersecting them. With onyx were they paved, save those whereon the horses and camels and elephants trod, which were paved with granite. And the gates of Sarnath were as many as the landward ends of the streets, each of bronze and flanked by the figures of lions and elephants carven from some stone no longer known among men. The houses of Sarnath were of glazed brick and chardan, each having its walled garden and crystal lacquer. With strange art they were builded, for no other city had houses like them, and travelers from Thra and Arnek and Kadartharon marveled at the shining domes wherewith they were surmounted. But more marvelous still were the palaces and temples and the gardens made by Zulkar and the olden king. So high there were they had one within might sometimes fancy himself beneath only the sky, yet when lighted with torches dipped in the oil of Dothor their walls shewed vast paintings of kings and armies of a splendor at once inspiring and stupefy to the beholder. Many were the pillars of the palaces of all tinted marble and carven into designs of surpassing beauty, and in most of the palaces the floors were mosaics of beryl and lapis lazuli and sardonyx and carbuncle and other choice materials, so disposed that the beholder might fancy himself walking over beds of the rarest flowers. These were the marvels of the palaces and temples. And there were likewise fountains which cast scented waters about in pleasing jets, arranging with cunning art. Outshining all others was the palace of the kings of Menard and of the lands adjacent. On a pair of golden crouching lions rested the throne, many steps above the gleaming floor, and it was wrought of one piece of ivory, though no man lives who knows whence so vast a piece could have come. In that palace there were also many galleries and many amphitheaters where lions and men and elephants battled at the pleasure of the kings. Sometimes the amphitheaters were flooded with water conveyed with lakes and mighty aqueducts, and then were enacted stirring sea fights or combats betwixt swimmers and deadly marine things. Lofty and amazing were the 17 tower-like temples of Sarnath, fashioned of a bright multicolored stone, not known elsewhere. A full 1,000 cubits high stood the greatest among them, wherein the high priest dwelt with a magnificence scarce less than that of the kings. On the ground were halls as vast and splitted as those of the palaces, where gathered throngs in worship of Zulkalar and Tarnashanalarbon, the chief gods of Sarnath, whose incense enveloped shrines were as the thrones of monarchs, not like the icons of other gods were those of Zolkalar and Torna and Tarmash and Lobor. For so close to life were they that one might swear the graceful bearded gods themselves sate on the ivory thrones, and upending steps of shining zircon was the tower chamber, where from the high priest looked out over the city and the plains and the lake by day, and at the cryptic moon and significant stars and planets and their reflections in the lake by night. Here was done the very secret and ancient and right in detestation of Bokrug, the water lizard. And here rested the altar of chrysolite which bore the doom scroll of Taranish. Wonderful likewise were the gardens made by Zulkar the Olden King. In the center of the Sarnath they lay, covering a great space and encircled by a high wall, and they were surmounted by a mighty dome of glass, through which shone the sun and moon and stars and planets when it was clear, and from which were hung fulgent images of the sun and moon and stars and planets when it was not clear. In summer, the gardens were cooled with fresh, odorous breezes skillfully wafted by fans, and in winter they were heated in concealed fires, so that in those gardens it was always spring. There ran little streams over bright pebbles, dividing meads of green and gardens of many hues, and spanned by a multitude of bridges. Many were the waterfalls in their courses, and many were the lilied lankelets into which they expanded. Over the streams and lankelets rode white swans, while the music of rare birds chimed in with the melody of the waters. In ordered terraces rose and green banks, adorned here and there with bowers of vines and sweet blossoms, and seats and benches of marble and porphyry, and there were many small shrines and temples where one might rest or pray to small gods. Each year there was celebrated in Sarnath the feast of the destroying of Eve, at which time wine, song, dancing, and merriment of every kind abounded. Great honors were then paid to the shades of those who had annihilated an old ancient being, and the memory of those beings and of their elder gods was derided by dancers and lutenists crowned with the roses from the gardens of Zogar, and the kings would look out over the lake and curse the bones of the dead that lay beneath it. At first, the high priest liked not these festivals, for there had descended amongst them queer tales of how the sea green Idicorn had vanished, and how Taradnish had died from fear and left a warning. And they said that from their high tower they sometimes saw lights beneath the waters of the lake. But as many years passed without calamity, even the priests laughed and cursed and joined in the orgies and the feasters. Indeed, had they not themselves in their high tower often performed the very ancient and secret rite in detestation of Bokrug, the water lizard, and 1,000 years of riches and delight passed over Sarnath, wonder of the world and pride of all mankind. Gorgeous beyond thought was the feast of the thousandth year of the destroying of Eve. For a decade had it been talked of in the land of Nod, and as it drew nigh, there came to Sarnath on horses and camels and elephants men from Thrall, Arnak, and Kedethron, and all the cities of Manad and the lands beyond. Before the marble walls of the appointed night were pitched the pavilions of princes and the tenants of travelers, and all the shore resounded with the song of happy revelers. Within this banquet, uh, banquet hall reclined Nargis High, the king, drunken with the ancient wine from the vaults of the conquered Nath, and surrounded by feasting nobles and hurrying slaves. There were eaten many strange delicacies at that feast: peacocks from the Isles of Nariel in the Middle Ocean, young goats from the distant hills of Implan, hails of camels from Nazik Desert, nuts and spices from Kadathrian groves, and pearls from wave-washed dal discovered in the vinegar of Thra. Of sauces there were an untold number, prepared by the subtlest cooks in all Menard and suited to the palate of every feaster. But most prized of all the viands were the great fishes from the lake, each of vast size, served up on golden platters set with rubies and diamonds. While the king and his nobles feasted within the palace and viewed the crowning dish as it awaited them on golden platters, others feasted elsewhere. In the tower of the great temple the priests held revels, and in pavilions without the walls the princes of neighboring lands made merry. And it was the high priest Nikah who foresaw the shadow that descended from the gibbous moon into the lake, and the damnable green mist that arose from the lake from to meet the moon and to shroud in a sinister haze the towers and domes of faded Sarnath. Thereafter, those in the towers and without the walls beheld strange lights on the water, and saw that the grey rock Akurion, which was wont to rear high above it near the shore, was almost submerged, and fear grew vaguely yet swift, so that the princes of Ernek and of Far Rogos took down and folded their tents and pavilions and departed for the river Eye, for they scarce knew the reason for their departing. Then, close to the hour of midnight, all the bronze gates of Sodnath burst open and emptied forth a frenzied throng and blackened the plain, so that all the visiting princes and travelers fled away in fright. For on the faces of this throng was the writ of a madness born of horror unendurable, and on their tongues were words so terrible that no hearer paused for proof. Men whose eyes were wild with fear shrieked aloud of the sight within the king's banquet hall, where through the windows were seen no longer the forms of Nargizai and his nobles and slaves, but a horde of indescribable green voiceless things with bulging eyes, pouting, flabby lips, and curious ears, things which danced horribly, bearing in their paws golden platters set with rubies and diamonds containing uncouth flames. And the princes and travelers, as they fled from the doomed city of Sarnath on horses and camels and elephants, looked again upon the mist-begetting lake and saw the grey rock Akorian was quite submerged. Through all the land of Menard and the lands adjacent speared the tales of those who had fled from Sarnath, and caravans sought that accursed city and the precious metals no more. It was long ere any traveler went thither, and even then only the brave and adventurous young man of distant Valona dared make the journey. Adventurous young men of yellow hair and blue eyes who are no kin to the men of Nod. These men indeed went to the lake to view Sarnath, but though they found the vast still lake itself and the grey rock accordion which rears high above it near the shore, they beheld not the wonder of the world and pride of all mankind, where once had risen walls of 300 cubits and towers yet higher, now stretched only the marshy shore. And where once had dwelt 50 millions of men, now crawled only the detestable green water lizard. Not even the mines of precious metal remained, for doom had come to Sarnath. But half buried in the rushes was spied a curious green idol of stone, an exceedingly ancient idol, coated with seaweed and chiseled in the likeness of Bokork, the great water lizard. That idol, enshrined in the high temple at Arnek, was subsequently worshipped beneath the gibbous moon throughout the land of Menad. I'm going to get back to some more reading here. Big lows, bro. Big hearts. Oh. H.P. Lovecraft, that's who we are reading from today. We have his complete works, and so we're going through. And I couldn't help but think of correlate some real world things. Some things I found on my journey. And really, I gotta go back to that first story, the first story we read by H.P. Lovecraft. It was like, I'm leaving this account so that other people out there, that they'll have an idea. I know that somebody else experienced this. And isn't that what we need from each other, is confirmation of what we've experienced? To know that somebody else went through those experiences, to know that we're not alone in whatever journey that we're upon. And truly, I see it, I do see it as you're a shaman. You're a wise woman or a wise man. You're a shaman. You're a shamanistic individual. You're connected to more than we can tangibly see and touch, but scientifically, we're becoming very aware of these elements that we interact with. So it is the initiate of the shaman. See, I believe you were a shaman in your past life. I believe I was. I believe that's why you are on this path. Because you're not learning anything new in this lifetime. You're just remembering everything you ever knew in your past lives. That's all. Because once you remember, you just do it. You don't even have to think about it. You don't have to calculate it. It's like a mathematician in school. The teacher says, you gotta show me your work. And the mathematician's like, I blew past your algebra and I'm into calculus and beyond. I have to slow down to show you my work. I don't like slowing down. My work's pretty accurate for what I do. In any regard, we certainly do have a lot in common. A lot more in common than what we've perceived in the past. I do believe and I do see. And so thanks for being here. I'm going to get back to reading. Got to keep Mary Jane in the room. Say where two or three are gathered, there I am. So, I do what I can with what I got. All right, there was somebody asking me to read um, the one of H.P. Lovecraft by Cthulhu, the story of Cthulhu. So I can feel you like, read that one. I can feel it. So after this one, I'll read that one next. Promise, totally. I'll read that one after this one. We'll get that one. Right there. Life facts concerning the late Arthur Jardiman and his family. Life is a hideous thing, and from the background behind what we know of it appear diametrical hints of truth which make it sometimes a thousandfold more hideous. Science, already oppressive with its shocking revelations, will perhaps be the ultimate exterminator of our human species, if separate species we be. For its reserve of unguessed horrors could never be borne by mortal brains if loosed upon the world. If we knew what we are, we should do as be born by mortal brains. We should do as Sir Arthur German did, and Arthur German soaked himself in oil and set fire to his clothing one night. No one placed the charred fragments in an urn or set a memorial to him who had been, for certain papers and a certain boxed object were found, which made men wish to forget. Some who knew him do not admit that he ever existed. Arthur Jarman went out on the moor and burned himself after seeing a boxed object which had come from Africa. It was this object and not his peculiar personal appearance which made him end his life. Many would have disliked to live if possessed of the peculiar features of Arthur Jarman, but he had been a poet and scholar and had not minded. Learning was in his blood, for his great grandfather, Sir Robert Jarman, had been an anthropologist of note, while his great great grandfather, Sir Wade Jarman, was one of the earliest explorers of the Congo region and had written eruditely of its tribes, animals, and supposed antiquities. Indeed, old Sir Wade had possessed an intellectual zeal amounting almost to a mania. His bizarre conjectures on a prehistoric white Congolese civilization earning him much ridicule when his book of observations on the several parts of Africa was published. In 1765, this fearless explorer had been placed in a madhouse at Huntington. Madness was in all the jardins, and people were glad there were not many of them. The line put so forth no branches, and Arthur was the last of it. If he had not been, one cannot say what he would have done when the object came. The jardins never seemed to look quite right. Something was amiss. Though Arthur was the worst, and the old family portraits in Judman's house, shrewd fine faces enough before Sir Wade's time. Certainly the madness began with Sir Wade, whose wild stories of Africa were at once the delight and terror of his few friends. It shrewd in his collection of trophies and specimens which were not such as a normal man would accumulate and preserve, and appeared strikingly in the oriental seclusion in which he kept his wife. The latter, he had said, was the daughter of a Portuguese trader whom he had met in Africa, and did not like English ways. She, with an infant son born in Africa, had accompanied him back for the second and longest of his trips, and had gone with him on the third and last, never returning. No one had ever seen her closely, not even the servants, for her disposition had been violent and singular. During her brief stay at the Jardin house, she occupied a remote wing and was waited on by her husband alone. Sir Wade, indeed, most peculiar in his solicitude for his family, for when he returned to Africa, he would permit no one to care for his young son save a loathsome woman from Guinea. Upon coming back after the death of Lady Jardin, he himself assumed complete care of the boy. But it was the talk of Sir Wade, especially when his cups, which chiefly led his friends to deem him mad, In a rational age like the 18th century, it was unwise for a man of learning to talk about wild sights and strange scenes under a Congo moon, of the gigantic walls and pillars of a forgotten city crumbling and vine grown, and of damp silent stone, steps leading interminably down into the darkness of abysmal treasure vaults and inconceivable catacombs. Especially was it unwise to rave of the living things that might haunt such a place. Of creatures half of the jungle and half of the impiously aged city, fabulous creatures which even a Pliny might describe with skepticism, things that might have sprung up after the great apes had overrun the dying city with the walls and the pillars, the vaults and the weird carvings. Yet after he came home for the last time, Sir Wade would speak such matters with a shudderingly uncanny zest, mostly after his third class at the Knight's Head, boasting of what he had found in the jungle and how he had dwelt among the terrible ruins known only to him. And finally, he had spoken of the living things in such a manner that he was taken to the madhouse. He had shown little regret when shut into the barred room at Huntingdon, for his mind moved curiously. Ever since his son had commenced to grow out of infancy, he had liked his home less and less, till at last he had seemed to dread it. The Knight's Head had been his headquarters, and when he was confined, he expressed some vague gratitude as it for protection. 3 years later, he died. Wade Judman's son, Philip, was a high, peculiar person. Despite a strong physical resemblance to his father, his appearance and conduct were in many particulars to coarse resemblance to his father. His appearance and conduct were in many particulars so coarse that he was universally shunned, though he did not inherit the madness which was feared by some. He was densely stupid and given to brief periods of uncontrollable violence. In frame he was small but intensely powerful and was of incredible agility. 12 years after succeeding to his title, he married the daughter of his gamekeeper, a person said to be of gypsy extraction, but before his son was born, joined the navy as a common sailor, completing the general disgust which his habits and misalliance had begun. After the close of the American War, he was heard of as a sailor on a merchant ship in the African trade, having a kind of reputation for feats of strength in climbing, but finally disappearing one night as his ship lay off the Congo coast. In the Sun, Sir Philip Jarman, the now accepted family, peculiarly took a strange and fatal turn. Tall and fairly handsome, with a sort of weird Eastern grace, despite certain slight oddities of proportion, Robert Jarman began life as a scholar and an investigator. And it was he who first studied scientifically the vast collection of relics which his mad grandfather had brought from Africa, and who made the family name as celebrated in ethnology as in exploration. In 1815, Sir Robert married a daughter of the seventh Viscount Brighthelm, and was subsequently blessed with three children, the eldest and youngest of whom were never publicly seen or accounted, or who were never publicly seen on account of deformities in mind and body. Saddened by these family misfortunes, the scientist sought relief in work and made two long expeditions in the interior of Africa. In 1849, his second son, Neville, a singularly repellent person who seemed to combine the surliness of Philip Jarman with the hauteur of the Brightholmes, ran away with the vulgar dancer, but was pardoned upon his return in the following year. He came back to the Jarman house a widower with an infant son, Alfred, who was one day to be the father of Arthur Jarman. Friends said that it was this series of griefs which unhinged the mind of Sir Robert Jarman, yet it was probably merely a bit of African folklore which caused the disaster. The elderly scholar had been collecting legends of the Onondaga tribes near the field of his grandfathers and his own explorations, hoping in some way to account for Sir Wade's wild tales of a lost city peopled by strange hybrid creatures. A certain consistency in the strange papers of his ancestors suggested that the madman's imagination might have been stimulated by native myths. On October 19th, 1852, the explorer Samuel Seton called the Jardin house with the manuscript of notes collecting among the Ongas, believing that certain legends of a gray city of white apes ruled by a white god might prove valuable to the ethnologist. In his conversion, he probably supplied many additional details, the nature of which will never be known, since a hideous series of tragedies suddenly burst into being when Sir Robert Sherman emerged from his library. He left the strangled corpse of the explorer, and before he could be restrained, had put an end to all three of his children, the two who were never seen, and the son who had run away. Neville Sherman died in the successful defense of his own 2-year-old son, who had apparently been included in the old man's madly murderous scheme. Sir Robert himself, after repeated attempts at suicide and a stubborn refusal to utter any articulate sound, died of apoplexy, I'm saying that wrong completely, in the second year of his confinement. Apoplexy. Sir Alfred de Jardin was a baronet before his fourth birthday, but his taste never matched his title. At 20, he had joined a band of music hall performers, and at 36, had deserted his wife and child to travel with an itinerant American circus. His end was very revolting. Among the animals in the exhibition, with which he traveled was a huge bull gorilla of lighter color than the average, the surprising tractable beast of much popularity with the performers. With this gorilla, Alfred Judgman was singularly fascinated, and on many occasions the two would eye each other for long periods through the intervening bars. Eventually, Judgman asked and obtained permission to train the animal. Astonishing audiences and fellow performers alike with his success one morning in Chicago as the gorilla and Alfred Yardman were rehearsing an exceedingly clever boxing match. The former delivered a blow of more than usual force, hurting both the body and dignity of the amateur trainer. Of what followed, members of the greatest show on earth do not like to speak. They did not expect to hear Sir Alfred Judderman emit a shrill, inhuman scream, or to see him seize his clumsy antagonist with both hands, dash it to the floor of the cage, and bite fiendishly at its hairy throat. The gorilla was off its guard, but not for long, and before anything could be done by the regular trainer, the body which had belonged to the baronet was past recognition. Arthur Jardin was the son of Sir Alfred Jardin and a music hall singer of unknown origin. When the husband and father deserted his family, the mother took the child to the Jardin house, where there was none left to object her presence. She was not without notions of what a nobleman's dignity should be, and saw to it that her son received the best education which limited money could provide. The family resources were now sadly slender, and Jardin's house had fallen into woeful disrepair. But young Arthur loved the old edifice and all its contents. He was not like any other Shutterman who had ever lived, for he was a poet and a dreamer. Some of the neighboring families who had heard tales of old Sir Wales Shutterman's unseen Portuguese wife declared that her Latin blood must be showing itself. But most persons merely sneered at his sensitiveness to beauty, attributing it to his music hall mother, who was socially unrecognized. The poetic delicacy of Arthur Jardiman was the more remarkable because of his uncouth personal appearance. Most of Jardiman's had possessed a subtly odd and repellent cast, but Arthur's case was very striking. It is hard to say just what he resembled, but his expression, his facial angle, and the length of his arms gave a thrill of repulsion to those who met him for the first time. It was the mind and character of Arthur Sharman which atoned for his aspect. Gifted and learned, he took highlight honors at Oxford and seemed likely to redeem the intellectual fame of his family. Though of poetic rather than scientific temperament, he planned to continue the work of his forefathers in African ethnology and antiquities, utilizing the truly wonderful though strange collection of Sir Wade. With his fanciful mind, he thought often of the prehistoric civilization in which the mad explorer had so implicitly believed, and would weave tale after tale about the silent jungle city mentioned in the latter's wilder notes and paragraphs, for the nebulous utterances concerning a nameless, unsuspected race of jungle hybrids he had a peculiar feeling of mingled terror and attraction, speculating of the possible basis of such a fancy and seeking to obtain light among the more recent data gleaned by his great grandfather and Samuel Seton amongst the Ongas. In 1911, after the death of his mother, Sir Arthur Chardin determined to pursue his investigations to the utmost extent, selling a portion of his estate to obtain the requisite money. He outfitted an expedition and sailed for the Congo, arranging with the Belgian authorities for a party of guides. He spent a year in the Onga and Kalari country, finding dating finding finding dates beyond the highest of his expectations. Among the Kalaris was an aged chief called Mwanu, Mwanu, who possessed not only a highly retentive memory, but a singular degree of intelligence and interest in old legends. This ancient confirmed every tale what Jarman had heard, adding his own account of the stone city to the white apes, as it had been told to him. According to According to Mwanu, the great city and the hybrid creatures were no more, having been annihilated by the warlike Nabangus many years ago. This tribe, after destroying most of the edifices and killing the live beings, had carried off the stuffed goddess, which had been the object of their quest. The white ape goddess which the strange beings worshipped, and which was held by Congo tradition to be the form of one who had reigned as the princess among those beings. Just what the white ape-like creature could have been, Wanu had no idea, but he thought they were the builders of the ruined city. Jarman could form no conjecture, but by close questioning obtained a very picturesque legend of the stuffed goddess. The ape princess, it was said, became the consort of a great white god who had come out of the west. For a long time they had reigned over the city together, but when they had a son, all three went away. Later, the god and the princess had returned, and upon the death of the princess, her divine husband had mummified the body and enshrined it in a vast house of stone, where it was worshipped. Then he had departed alone. The legend here seemed to present three variants. According to one story, nothing further happened save this stuffed goddess became a symbol of supremacy for whatever tribe might possess it. It was this reason that the Nabanibus carried it off. A second story told of the god's return and the death at the feet of the enshrined wife. A third told of the return of the son, grown to manhood or apehood or godhood, as the case might be, yet unconscious of his identity. Surely the imaginative ones had made the most of whatever events might lie beyond the extravagant legendary. Of the reality of the jungle city described by Sir Wade, Arthur Jarman had no further doubt, and was hardly astonished when early in 1912 he came upon what was left of it. Its size must have been exaggerated, yet the stones lying about proved that it was no mere small village. Unfortunately, no carvings could be found, and the small size of the expedition prevented operations toward clearing the one visible passageway that seemed to lead down into the system of vaults which Sir Wade had mentioned. The white apes and the stuffed goddess were discussed with all the native chiefs of the region, but it remained for a European to improve on the data offered by Ormwanu M. Verhaeren. Belgian agent as at a trading post on the Congo, believed that he could not only locate but obtain the stuffed goddess, of which he had vaguely heard, since the once mighty Namangus were now the submissive servants of the King Albert's government, and with but little persuasion could be induced to part with the gruesome deity they had carried off. When the Charlemagne sailed for England, therefore, it was with exultant probability that he would within a few months receive a priceless ethnological relic confirming the wildest of his great 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 grandfather's narratives. That is, the wildest which he had ever heard. Countrymen near Jarman House had perhaps heard wilder tales handed down from the ancestors who had listened to Sir Wade around the tables of the Knight's Head. Arthur Sherman waited very patiently for the expected box from Inverhaeren, meanwhile studying with increased diligence the manuscripts left by his mad ancestor. He began to feel closely akin to Sir Wade, and to seek relics of the latter's personal life in England as well of his African exploits. Oral accounts of the mysterious and secluded wife had been numerous, but no tangible relic of her stay at Jarman House remained. Jarman wondered what circumstances had prompted or permitted such an effacement, and decided that the husband's insanity was the prime cause. His great 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 grandmother, he recalled, was said to have been the daughter of a Portuguese trader in Africa. No doubt her practical heritage and superficial knowledge of the dark continent had caused her to flout Sir Wade's talk of the interior, a thing which such a man would not likely to forgive. She had died in Africa, perhaps dragged thither by a husband determined to prove what he had told. But as Jarman indulged in these reflections, he could not but smile at their futility a century and a half after the death of both his strange progenitors. In June 1913, a letter arrived from M. Verhaeren telling of the findings of the stuffed goddess. It was the Belgian Aver, a most extraordinary object, and an object quite beyond the power of a layman to classify. Whether it was human or simian only a scientist could determine, and the process of determination would be greatly hampered by its imperfect condition. Time and the Congo climate are not kind to mummies, especially when their preparation is as amateurish as it seemed to be the case here. Around the creature's neck had been found a golden chain bearing an empty locket on which were armorial designs, no doubt some hapless traveler's keepsake, taken by the Namongus and hung upon the goddess as a charm. In commenting on the contour of the mummy's face, M. Verhaeren suggested a whimsical comparison, or rather expressed the humorous wonder just how it would strike his correspondent, but was too much interested scientifically to waste many words in levity. The stuffed goddess, he wrote, would arrive duly packed about a month after receipt of the letter. The boxed object was delivered at the Jarman House on the afternoon of August 3rd, 1913, being conveyed immediately to the large chamber which housed the collection of African specimens, as arranged by Sir Robert and Arthur. What ensued can best be gathered from the tales of servants and from things and papers later examined. Of the various tales, that of aged Soatomez, the family butler, its most ample and coherent. According to this trustworthy man, Sir Arthur Jarman dismissed everyone from the room book before opening the box, though the instant sound of hammer and chisel shewed that he did not delay the operation. Nothing was heard for some time. Just how long Sodomus cannot exactly estimate, but it was certainly less than a quarter of an hour later that the horrible scream, undoubtedly in Jardiman's voice, was heard. Immediately afterward, Jardiman emerged from the room, rushing frantically toward the front of the house as if pursued by some hideous enemy. The expression on his face, ghastly enough in repose, was beyond description. When near the front door, he seemed to think of something that turned back in his flight. Finally, disappearing down the stairs to the cellar, the servants were utterly dumbfounded and watched at the head of the stairs, but their master did not return. A smell of oil was all that came up from the regions below. After dark, a rattling was heard at the door leading from the cellar into the courtyard, and a stable boy saw Arthur Jardiman glistening from the head to foot with oil and redolent of that fluid, steal furtively out and vanish on the black moor surrounding the house. Then, in an exaltation of supreme horror, everyone saw the end. A spark appeared on the moor, a flame arose, and a pillar of human fire reached to the heavens. The house of Jardiman no longer existed. The reason why Arthur Jardiman's charred fragments were not collected and buried lies in what was found afterward, principally the thing in the box. The stuffed goddess was a nauseous sight, withered and eaten away, but it was clearly a mummified white ape of some unknown species, less hairy than any recorded variety, and infinitely nearer mankind, quite shockingly so. Detailed description would be rather unpleasant, but two salient particulars must be told, for they fit in revoltingly with certain notes of Sir Wade Jardiman's African expeditions and with the Congolese legends of the White God and the Ape Princess. The two particulars in question are these. The arms of the golden locket about the creature's neck were the Jardiman's arms, and the jocose suggestion of Imverharen about a certain resemblance as connected with the shriveled face applied with vivid, ghastly, and unnatural horror to none other than the sensitive Arthur Jardiman, great 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 grandson of Sir Wade Jardiman, and an unknown wife. Members of the Royal Anthropological Institute burned the thing and threw the locket into a well, and some of them do not admit that Arthur Jardiman ever existed. Thank you to all of our moderators and people contributing to a positive space in the chat. We're gonna get to another story next, one that's been specifically requested. Though from that request, we've had today's material, and no doubt for the material for the future. So, thank you for making that suggestion for H.P. Lovecraft. I'm sure. Thank you, thank you. That what interesting. Okay, okay, if I may, the 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 mummified white ape. They said it was like more than an ape and less hairy and closer to a human than anything ever. This dude opened the box, saw the figure, and freaking ended his existence like that. Some people are extremely curious and they travel down the physical road of trying to answer that curiosity out. Whew. Finding out a truth on in the mind before the heart is ready to receive it, no good, bro. No good, sis. This is why forced things are not good. That's why, like, mm, however, he did find the truth that his family was after, what they had been seeking. Year after year, life after life, son after father, he found the truth. He found his truth. And in that, I can connect with that truth. I can understand literally what went through his mind and what drove him to do that. That's why it's important to develop the heart, the soul, and to allow some mysteries of life to exist, yet never giving up the pursuit. For the guidance from the divine will lead us onto the correct path. If we jump onto a narrow path that actually belongs to somebody else, well, things can become very, very full of problems for us. And that's why it is important. And this is why I continue. This is a supporting reason of this story and everything and what we learned there. This is why I continue. This is a supporting reason of why I tell and recommend for people to follow their heart, to follow what they're seeking, to follow what their journey is. Who is your God? What do you serve? Follow your heart. Follow your faith. Allow your heart to truly be the deciding factor rather than everything else out there that's being put in front of you and people saying, follow me and do what I say and do what I do what I say and don't do what I do, and all that kind of stuff. Anyways, we're going to get to another story here momentarily. I just want to say thank you. Thank you to the moderators. There are a lot of problems in the world, and I thank you for providing a space that we can all enjoy. And on that note, hey, let's give a shout out of a thank you to YouTube, and we're on Instagram too. And if you don't like our quality, or we're on TikTok, if you don't like our quality, you can jump over to youtube.com/Setchra, Setchra. We are live there currently right now. Alright, I think I'm getting close. That looks like what I want to read. It's called Cool Air. There we go. Found it. Alright, man. The Call of Cthulhu. 1926 H.P. Lovecraft.
Sweet, sweet. I looked up. I saw your comment, Fox, in reply to I'm gonna say L. If I pronounce that wrong, you just let me know. Um, Thanks. God bless America. I think he has, cause they made like Mary Jane legal, bro. Like, how cool is that? Like, that's. Anyways, a little stretching. All right. Found among the papers of the late Francis Wayland Thurston of Boston, The Call of Cthulhu. Of such great powers of beings, there may be conceivably a survival of a hugely remote period when consciousness was manifested, perhaps in shapes and forms long since withdrawn before the tide of advancing humanity, forms of which poetry and legend alone have caught a flying memory and called them gods, monsters, and mythical beings of all sorts and kinds. That was written by Algernon Blackwood. 1. The Whore in the Clay. The most merciful thing in the world, I think, is the inability of the human mind to correlate all its contents. We live on a placid island of ignorance in the midst of black seas of infinity, and it was not meant that we should voyage far. The sciences, each straining in its own direction, have hitherto harmed us little, but some day the piercing together of dissociated knowledge will open up such terrifying vistas of reality and of our frightful position therein, that we shall either go mad from the revelation or flee from the deadly light into the peace and safety of a new dark age. Theophrastus have guessed that the awesome grandeur of the cosmic cycle wherein our world and human race from transient incidents they have hinted at strange survivals in terms which would freeze the blood if not masked by bland optimism, but it is not from them that there came the single glimpse of forbidden aeons which chills me when I think of it and maddens me when I dream of it. That glimpse, like all dread glimpses of truth flashed out from an accidental piercing together of separated things. In this case, an old newspaper item and the notes of a dead professor. I hope that no one else will accomplish this piecing out. Certainly, if I live, I shall never knowingly supply a link in so hideous a chain. I think that the professor, too, intended to keep silent regarding the part he knew, and that he would have destroyed his notes had not sudden death seized him. My knowledge of the thing began in the winter of 1926 to 1927, in the death of my grand uncle George Galmo Arangel, professor emeritus of Semitic languages in Brown University, Providence, Rhode Island. Professor Angel was widely known as an authority of ancient inscriptions and had frequently been resorted to by the heads of prominent museums, so that in his passing at the age of 92 may be recalled by many. Locally, interest was intensified by the obscurity of the calls of death. The professor had been stricken while returning from the Newport boat, falling suddenly, as witnesses said, after having been jostled by a nautical looking individual who had come from one of the interesting, curious dark courts on the precipice hillside which formed a short cut from the waterfront to the deceased's home in William Street. Physicians were unable to find any visible disorder, but concluded that after perplexed debate that some obscure lesion of the heart induced by the brisk ascent of so steep a hill by so elderly a man was responsible for the end. At the time I saw no reason to dissent from this dictum, but latterly I am inclined to wonder, and more than wonder, as my grand uncle, heir and executor, for he died a childless widower. I was expected to go over his papers with some thoroughness, and for that purpose moved his entire set of files and boxes to my quarters in Boston. Much of the material which I correlated will be later published by the American Archaeological Society, but there was one box which I found exceedingly puzzling, and which I felt much averse from shewing to other eyes. It had been locked, and I did not find the key till it occurred to me to examine the personal ring which the professor carried always in his pocket. Then indeed, I succeeded in opening it, but when I did so, seemed only to be confronted by a greater and more closely locked barrier. For what could be the meaning of the interesting and puzzling clay bas relief and the disjointed jottings, ramblings, and cuttings which I found? Had my uncle in his latter years become credulous of the most superficial impostures? I resolved to search out the eccentric sculptor responsible for this apparent disturbance of an old man's peace of mind. The bas relief was a rough rectangle, less than an inch thick and about 6 inches in area, obviously of modern origin. Its designs, however, were far from modern in atmosphere and suggestion, for although the vagaries of Cubism and Futurism are many and wild, they are not often reproduce that cryptic regularity which lurks in prehistoric writing. And writing of some kind, the bulk of these designs seem certainly to be, though my memory, despite much familiarity with the papers and collections of my uncle, failed in any way to identify the particular species or even to hint at its remotest affiliations. Above these apparent hieroglyphics was a figure of evidently pictorial intent, though its impressionistic execution forbade a very clear idea of its nature. It seemed to be sort of a monster or symbol representing a monster of a form which only a diseased fancy could conceive. If I say that my somewhat extravagant imagination yielded simultaneous picture an octopus, a dragon, and a human caricature, I shall not be unfaithful to the spirit of the thing. A pulpy, tentacled head surmounted by a grotesque and scaly body with rudimentary wings, but it was the general outline of the whole which made it most shockingly frightful. Behind the figure was a vague suggestion of a Lycopean architectural background. The writing accompanying this oddity was, aside from a stack of press cuttings, in Professor Angel's most recent hand, and had and made no pretense to literary style. What seemed to be the main document was headed Cthulhu Cult in characters painstakingly printed to avoid the erroneous reading of a word so unheard of. The manuscript was divided into two sections, the first of which was headed 1925 Dream and Dream, work of H.A. Wilcox, 7 Thomas Street, Providence, Rhode Island, and the second, Narrative of Inspector John R. Lagras, 121 Bainville Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, at 1908 AA. Same and Professor Webb's account of the other manuscript papers were all brief notes, some of them accounts of the interesting dreams of different persons, some of them citations from the theosophical books and magazines, notably Will Scott Elliot's Atlantis and the Last Numeria, and the rest comments on long surviving secret societies and hidden cults, with references to passages in such mythological and anthropological source books as Fraser's Golden Ball and Miss Murray's Witch Cult in Western Europe. The cuttings largely alluded to outre mental illness and outbreaks of group folly or mania in the spring of 1925. The first half of the principal manuscript told a very peculiar tale. It appears that on March 1st, 1925, a thin, dark young man of neurotic and excited aspect had called upon Professor Angel, bearing a singular clay bas relief, which was the exceedingly damp and fresh. His card bore the name of Henry Anthony Wilcox, and my uncle had recognized him as the youngest son of excellent family, slightly known to him, who had latterly been studying sculpture at the institution. Wilcox was a precocious youth of known genius but great eccentricity, and had from childhood excited attention through the strange stories and odd dreams he was in the habit of relating. He called himself psychically hypersensitive, but that he but the staid folk of the ancient commercial city dismissed him as merely queer. Never mingling much with his kind, he had dropped gradually from social visibility, and was now known only to a small group of atheists from other towns. Even the Providence Art Club, anxious to preserve his conservatism, had found him quite hopeless. On the occasion of the visit around the professor's manuscript, the sculptor abruptly asked for the benefit of his host's archaeological knowledge in identifying the hieroglyphics on the bas relief. He spoke in a dreamy, stilted manner which suggested pose and alienated sympathy, and my uncle showed some sharpness in replying, for the conspicuous freshness of the tablet implied kinship with anything but archaeology. Young Wilcox's rejoinder, which impressed my uncle enough to make him recall and record it in verbatim, was of fantastically poetic cast, which must have typified his whole conversation, and which I have found highly characteristic of him. He said, "It is new indeed, for I made it last night in a dream of strange cities, and dreams in order and then brooding tire of the contemplative sphinx of garden girdled Babylon." It was then that he began that rambling tale which suddenly played upon a sleeping memory and won the fervid interest of my uncle. There had been a slight earthquake tremor the night before, the most considerable felt in New England for some years, and Wilcox's imagination had been keenly affected. Upon retiring, he had an unprecedented dream of great cyclopean cities of Titan blocks and sky-flung monoliths, all dripping with green ooze and sinister with latent horror. Hieroglyphics have covered the walls and pillars, and from some undetermined point below had come a voice that was not a voice, a chaotic uh, sensation which only fancy could transmute into sound, but which he attempted to render by the almost unpronounceable jumble of letters. Cthulhu Fatarikun. This verbal jumble was the key to the recollection which excited and disturbed Professor Angel. He questioned the sculptor with scientific minuteness and studied with almost frantic intensity the bas relief on which the youth had found himself working, chilled and clad only in his night clothes when waking had stolen bewilderingly over him. My uncle blamed his old age. Wilcox afterwards said, for his slowness in recognizing both hieroglyphic and pictorial design. Many of his questions seemed highly out of place to his visitor, especially those which tried to connect the latter with strange cults or societies. and Wilcox could not understand the repeated promise of silence, which he was offered in exchange for an admission of membership in some widespread mystical or paganly religious body. When Professor Angel became convinced that the sculptor was indeed ignorant of any cult or system of cryptic lore, he besieged his visitor with demands for future reports of dreams. This bore regular fruit, for after the first interview, the manuscript records daily calls of the young man during which he related startling fragments of nocturnal imagery, whose burden was always terrible cyclopean vista of dark and dripping stone, with a subterranean voice of intelligence shouting monotonously in enigmatical sense impacts, uninscribable save as gibberish. The two sounds most frequently repeated are those rendered by the letters Cthulhu and R'lyeh. On March 23rd, the manuscript continued. Wilcox failed to appear, and inquiries at his quarters revealed that he had been stricken with an obscure sort of fever and taken to the home of his family in Waterman Street. He had cried out in the night, arousing several other artists in the building, and had manifested since then only alternations of unconsciousness and delirium. My uncle at once telephoned the family, and from that time forward kept close watch of the case, calling often at the Thayer Street office of Dr. Toby, whom he learned to be in charge of the youth's fertile mind, apparently was dwelling on strange things. And the doctor shuddered now and then as he spoke of them. They included not only of a repetition of what he had formerly dreamed, but touched widely on the gigantic thing, miles high, which walked or lumbered about. He had no time fully to describe this object, but occasional frantic words, as repeated by Dr. Dobie, convinced the professor that it must be identical with the nameless monstrosity he had sought to depict in his dream sculpture. Reference to this object, the doctor added, was invariably a prelude to the young man's subsidence into lethargy. His temperature, oddly enough, was not great above normal, but his whole condition was otherwise such as to suggest true fever rather than mental disorder. On April 2nd, about 3 p.m., every trace of Wilcox's malady suddenly ceased. He sat upright in his bed, astonished to find himself at home and completely ignorant of what had happened in dream or reality since the night on March 22nd. Pronounced well by his physician, he returned to his quarters in 3 days, but to Professor Angel he was of no further assistance. All traces of strange dreaming had vanished with his recovery, and my uncle kept no record of his night thoughts after a week of pointless and irrelevant accounts of thoroughly usual visions. Here the first part of the manuscript ended, but references to certain of the scattered notes gave me much material for thought, so much in fact that only the ingrained skepticism then forming my philosophy can account for my continued distrust of the artist. The notes in question were those descriptive of the dreams of various persons covering the same period as that in which young Wilcox had had his strange visitations. My uncle, it seemed, had quickly instituted a prodigiously far-flung body of inquiries amongst nearly all the friends whom he could question without impertinence, asking for nightly reports of their dreams and the dates of any notable visions for some time past. The reception of his request seems to have been varied, but he must at the very least have received more responses than any ordinary man could have had handled without a secretary. This original correspondence was not preserved, but his notes formed a thorough and really significant digest. Average people in society and business, New England's traditional salt of the earth, gave an almost completely negative result. Those scattered cases of uneasy but formless nocturnal impressions appear here and there, always between March 23rd and April 2nd, the period of young Wilcox's delirium. Scientific men were a little more affected, though 4 cases of vague description suggest fugitive glimpses of strange landscapes, and in one case there is mentioned a dread of something abnormal. It was from the artists and poets that the pertinent answers came, and I know that panic would have broken loose had they been able to compare notes, as it was lacking their original letters. I have suspected their compiler of having asked leading questions or of having edited the correspondence in correlation of what he had latently resolved to see. That is why I continue to feel that Wilcox, somehow cognizant of the old data which my uncle had possessed, had been imposing on the veteran scientist. These responses from the atheists would told a disturbing tale. From February 28th to April 2nd, a large proportion of them had dreamed very bizarre things, the very intensity of the dreams being immeasurably the stronger during the period of the sculptor's delirium. Over a fourth of those who reported anything reported scenes and half sounds not unlike those which Wilcox had described, and some of the dreamers confessed acute fear of the gigantic nameless thing visible toward the last. In one case, which the note describes with emphasis, was very sad. The subject, a widely known architect with leanings towards theosophy and occultism, went violently insane on the date of young Wilcox's seizure and expired several months later after incessant screaming to be saved from some escaped denizen of hell. Had my uncle referred to these cases by name instead of merely by number, I should have attempted some corroboration and personal investigation. But as it was, I succeeded in tracing down only a few. All of these, however, bore out the notes in full. I've often wondered if all the objects of the professor's questioning felt as puzzled as did this fraction. It is well that no explanation shall ever reach them. The press cuttings, as I have intimated, touched on the case of panic, mania, and eccentricity during the given period. Professor Angel must have employed a cutting bureau, for the number of extracts was tremendous and the sources scattered throughout the globe. Here was a nocturnal suicide in London, where a lone sleeper had leapt from a window after a shocking cry. Here, likewise, a rambling letter to the editor of a paper in South America, where a fanatic deduces a dire future from visions he has seen. A dispatch from California, a dispatch from California describes the Theophistic colony as donning white robes in mass for some glorious fulfillment, which never arrives, while items from India speak guardedly of serious native unrest toward the end of March. Voodoo orgies multiply in Haiti. The African outposts report ominous mutterings. American officers in the Philippines find certain tribes bothersome about this time. The New York policemen are mobbed by hysterical Levantines on the night of March 22nd and 23rd. The west of Ireland, too, is full of wild rumor, legendry, and a fantastic painter named Ardoris Bono hangs a blasphemous dream landscape in the Paris Springs Salon of 1926, and so numerous are the recorded troubled and insane asylums that only a miracle can have stopped the medical fraternity from noting strange parallelisms and drawing mystified conclusions. A weird bunch of cuttings, all told, and I can at this date scarcely envisage the callous rationalism with which I set them aside, but I was then convinced that young Wilcox had known of the older matters mentioned by the professor. That ends section one, and next is the second section, The Tale of Inspector Legras, which is still continuing what we're reading. And I'm gonna take a little break here from reading, just for a moment, chat with you. And this is just oh wonderful. Thank you, Bam Bam. Who's that? Yeah, Bam Bam Z. Bam Bam Z Gaming, awesome. Just to let you know, bro. It sounds like you're from Australia. I didn't do it yesterday, but I've been gaming on my PlayStation 4, which shoots to my YouTube stream, but it's in that other streaming, so it usually doesn't get so many people jumping in there. Um, but I've been playing a few different games: Elden Ring, Borderlands 3, and I don't know what the other one is. I sometimes I throw in a third game in the middle. Anyways, I just like to agree and appreciate getting rid of banning bad commenters and negative energy. Um, while I wipe it off and keep moving forward, I figured myself personally, if they truly are interested and they truly want to learn, even if that were to happen, well, they can still watch it as a guest. They're just not logged in, can't make a comment. That's all. So it doesn't truly block access, it just blocks their ability to be in nuance. So thanks, I appreciate that. Big heart. Oh, boom, 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 boom. L, what? Yeah, just the power boards. Yeah, boo, that's cool. You're cool. Oh, all right. The Tale of Inspector Logras. All right. The the Tale of Inspector Logras, still in the same Cthulhu's telling. The order of H.P. Lovecraft. The order matters which had made the sculptor's dream in bas relief so significant to my uncle formed the subject of the second half of his long manuscript. Once before it appears Professor Angel had seen the hellish outlines of the nameless monstrosity puzzle over the unknown hieroglyphics and heard the ominous syllables which can be rendered only as Cthulhu. And all this in so stirring and horrible a connection that it is a small wonder he pursued young Wilcox with queries and demands for data. The earlier experience had come in 1908, 17 years before, when American Archaeological Society held its annual meeting in St. Louis. Professor Angel, as befitted one of his authority and attainments, had a prominent part in all the deliberations and was one of the first to be approached by several outsiders who took advantage of the convocation to offer questions for correct answering and problems for expert solution. The chief of these outsiders, and in short time the focus of interest for the entire meeting, was a commonplace looking middle aged man who had traveled all the way from New Orleans for certain special information unobtainable from any local source. His name was John Raymond Legras, and he was by profession as inspector of police. With him he bore the subject of his visit, a grotesque, repulsive, and apparently very ancient stone statuette whose origin he was at a loss to determine. It must not be fancied that Inspector Legras had the least interest in archaeology. On the contrary, his wish for enlightenment was prompted by purely professional considerations. The statuette, idol, the fetish, or whatever it was, had been captured some months before in the wooded swamps south of New Orleans during a raid on a supposed voodoo meeting, and so singular and hideous were the rites connected with it that the police could not but realize that they had stumbled on a dark cult totally unknown to them, and infinitely more diabolical than even the blackest of the African voodoo circles. Of its origin, apart from the erratic and unbelievable tales extorted from the captured members, absolutely nothing was to be discovered. Hence the anxiety of the police for any antiquarian lore which might help them to place frightful symbol, and through it track down the cult to its fountainhead. Inspector Lacrosse was scarcely prepared for the sensation which his offering created. One side of the thing had been enough to throw the assembled men of science into a state of tense excitement. They lost no time in crowding around him to gaze at the diminutive figure whose utter strangeness and air of genuinely abysmal antiquity hinted so potently at unopened and archaic vistas. No recognized school of sculpture had animated this terrible object, yet centuries and even thousands of years seemed recorded in its dim and greenish surface of unplaceable stone. The figure, which was finally passed slowly from man to man for close and careful study, was between 7 and 8 inches in height, and of exquisitely artistic workmanship. It represented a monster of vaguely anthropoid outline, but with an octopus like head whose face was a mass of feelers, a scaly, rubbery looking body, prodigious claws on hind and forefeet, and long, narrow wings behind. This thing, which seemed instinct with a fearsome and unnatural malignancy, was of a somewhat bloated corpulence, and squatted evilly on a rectangular block of pedestal covered with undecipherable characters. The tips of the wings touched the back edge of the block. The seat occupied the center, while the long curved claws of the doubled up, crouching hind legs gripped the front edge and extended a quarter of the way down toward the bottom of the pedestal. The seta, the cephalopod head was bent forward so that the ends of the face feelers brushed the backs of the huge forepaws, which clasped the croucher's elevated knees. The aspect of the whole was abnormally lifelike, and the more subtly fearful because its source was so totally unknown. Its vast, awesome, and incalculable age was unmistakable, yet not one link did it shew with any known type of art belonging to civilization's youth, or indeed to any other time. Totally separate and apart, its very material was a mystery, for this soapy greenish black stone with its golden or iridescent flecks and striations resembled nothing familiar to geology or mineralogy. The characteristics along the base were equally baffling, and no member present, despite a representation of half the world's expert learning in this field, could form the least notion of even the remotest linguistic kinship. They, like the subject and material, belong to something horribly remote and distinct from mankind as we know it, something frightfully suggestive of old and hallowed cycles of life in which our world and our conceptions have no part. And yet, as the members severally shook their heads and confessed defeat at the inspector's problem, there was one man in the gathering who suspected a touch of bizarre familiarity in the monstrous shape and writing, and who presently told with some diffidence of the old trifle he knew. The person was the late William Channing Webb, professor of anthropology in Princeton University and an explorer of no slight note. Professor Webb had been engaged 48 years before in a tour of Greenland and Iceland in search of some runic inscriptions which he failed to unearth, and while high up on the West Greenland coast had encountered a singular tribe or cult or degenerate Esquimaux, whose religion, a curious form of devil worship, chilled him with its deliberate bloodthirstiness and repulsiveness. It was a faith of which other Esquimaux knew little, and which they mentioned only with shudders, saying that it had come down from horribly ancient aeons before ever the world was made. Besides nameless rites and human sacrifices, there were certain indistinct hereditary rituals addressed to a supreme elder devil or Tornarsuk, and of this Professor Webb had taken a careful phonetic copy of an aged Angekok or wizard priest, expressing the sounds which in Roman letters as best he knew how. But just now the prime significance was the fetish which this cult had cherished and around which they danced when the aura leaped high over the ice cliffs. It was, the professor stated, a very crude bas relief of stone comprising a hideous picture in some cryptic writing, and so far as he could tell, it was rough parallel in all essential features of the bestial thing now lying before the meeting. This data, received with suspense and astonishment by the assembled members, proved doubly exciting to Inspector Legras, and he began at once to ply his informant with questions. Having noted and copied an oral ritual among the swamp cult worshippers his men had arrested, he besought the professor to remember as best he might the syllables taken down amongst the diabolist Esquimaux. There then followed an exhaustive comparison of details and a moment of really old silence when both detectives and scientists agreed on the virtual identity of the phrase common to two hellish rituals so many worlds of distant apart. What in substance both in Esquimaux wizards and the Louisiana swamp priest had chanted to their kindred idols was something very like this, the word divisions being guessed at from traditional breaks in the phrase as chanted aloud. Flinglui Meglurnaf Cthulhu Rle Waka Nango Patan Flinglui Meglurnafu Cthulhu Rle Wagot Nango Patan Flinglui Meglurnaf Cthulhu Rle Wagot Nango Patan. Legras had one point in advance of Professor Webb, for several among his mongrel prisoners had repeated to him in what older celebrates had told them the words meant. This text, as given, ran something like this: In this house, the Relier, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming. In his house at Relier, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming. In his house at Relier, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming. And now, in response to a general and urgent demand, Inspector Legras related as fully as possible his experience with the swamp worshippers, telling a story to which I could see my uncle attached profound significance. It savored of the wildest dreams of myth maker and Theophist, and disclosed an astonishing degree of cosmic imagination among such half-castes in paradise as might be expected to possess it. On November 1st, 1907, there had come to the New Orleans police a frantic summons from the swamp lagoon country to the south. The squatters there most primitive but good-natured descendants of Lafayette's men were in the grip of stark terror from the unknown thing which had stolen upon them in the night. It was voodoo, apparently, but voodoo of a more terrible sort than they had ever known, and some of their women and children had disappeared since the malevolent tom-tom had begun its incessant beating far within the black haunted woods where no dweller ventured. There were insane shouts and harrowing screams, soul-chilling chants and dancing devil flames, and the frightened messenger added the people could stand it no more. So a body of 20 police filing two carriages and an automobile had set out in the late afternoon with the shrieking squatter as a guide. At the end of the passable road they alighted and for miles splashed on in silence through the terrible cypress woods where day never came. Ugly roots and malignant hanging nooses of Spanish moss beset them, and now and then a pile of dank stones, a fragrant of a rotting wall, intensified by its hint of morbid habitation, depression which every malformed tree and every fungus islet combined to create. At length the squatter's settlement, a miserable huddle of huts, hove in sight, and hysterical dwellers ran out to cluster around the group of bobbing lanterns. The muffled beat of tom-toms was now faintly audible far, far ahead, and a curdling shriek came at infrequent intervals when the wind shifted. A reddish glare, too, seemed to filter through the pale undergrowth beyond the endless avenues of forest night. Reluctant even to be left alone again, each one of the coward squatters refused point blank to advance another inch toward the scene of unholy worship. So Inspector Logras and his 19 colleagues plunged on unguided into black arcades of horror that none of them had ever trod before. The region now entered by the police was one of traditionally evil repute, substantially unknown and untraversed by white men. There were legends of a hidden lake unglimpsed by mortal sight in which dwelt a huge formless white polypolus thing with luminous eyes, and squatters whispered that bat-winged devils flew up out of the caverns and inner earth to worship it at midnight. They said it had been there before Delbarville, before La Salle, before the Indians, and before even the wholesome beasts and birds of the woods. It was nightmare itself, and to see it was to die, but it made men dream, and so they knew enough to keep away. The present voodoo orgy was indeed on the merest fringe of its abhorred area, but the location was bad enough, hence perhaps the very place of the worship had terrified the squatters more than the shocking sounds and incidents. Only poetry or madness could do justice to the noises heard by Legras's men as they plowed on through the black morass toward the red glare and the muffled tom-toms. There are vocal qualities peculiar to men and vocal qualities peculiar to beasts, and it is terrible to hear the one when the source should yield the other. Animal fury and orgiastic license here whip themselves to demoniac heights by howls and squawking ecstasies that tore and reverberated through those nighted woods like pestilential tempests from the gulfs of hell. Now and then the less organized ululation would cease, and from what seemed a well-drilled chorus of hoarse voices would rise in sing-song chant that hideous phrase or ritual, Fenegroi megrur narcatulu, Ralier war fordan. Then the men, having reached the spot where the trees were thinner, came suddenly in sight of the spectacle itself. For four of them reeled, one fainted, and two were shaken into a frantic cry, which the mad cacophony of the orgy fortunately deadened. Legras dashed swamp water on the face of the fainting man, and all stood trembling and nearly hypnotized with horror. In a natural glade of the swamp stood a grassy island of perhaps an acre's extent, clear of trees and tolerably dry. On this now leaped and twisted a more indescribable horde of human abominability than any but a Seymour and Angarola could paint. Void of clothing, this hybrid spawn were braying, bellowing, and writhing about a monstrous ring-shaped bonfire, in the center of which, revealed by occasional rifts in the curtain of flame, stood a great granite monolith some 8 feet in height, on top of which, incongruous with its diminutiveness, rested with noxious carven statuette. From a wide circle of 10 scaffolds set up at irregular intervals with the flame-girt monolith as a center hung, head downward, the oddly marred bodies of the helpless squatters who had disappeared. It was inside this circle that the ring of worshippers jumped and roared, the general direction of the mass motion being from left to right in endless bacchanal between the ring of bodies and the ring of fire. It may have been only imagination, and it may have been only echoes with induced ones of the men. An excitable Spaniard to fancy he heard antiphonal responses to the ritual from some far and unillumined spot deeper within the wood of ancient legendary and horror. This man, Joseph de Galvez, I later met and questioned, and he proved distractingly imaginative. He indeed went so far as to hint of the faint beating of great wings, and of a glimpse of shining eyes and a mountainous white bulk beyond the remotest trees. But I suppose he had been hearing too much native superstition. Actually, the horrified pause of the men was of a comparatively brief duration. Duty came first, and although there must have been nearly 100 mongrel celebrants in the throng, the police relied on their firearms and plunged determinedly into the nauseous rout. For 5 minutes, the resultant din and chaos were beyond description. Wild blows were struck, shots were fired, and escapes were made. But in the end, Legras was able to count some 47 stolen prisoners, whom he forced to dress in haste and fall into line between two rows of policemen. 5 of the worshippers lay dead, and 2 severely wounded ones were carried away on improvised stretchers by their fellow prisoners. The image on the monolith, of course, was carefully removed and carried back by Legras. Examined at headquarters after a trip of intense strain and weariness, the prisoners all proved to be men of the very low mixed blooded, and mentally aberrant type. Most were seamen, and to sprinkling of others and mulattoes, largely West Indians or Brava Portuguese from the Cape Verde Islands, gave a coloring of voodooism to the heterogeneous cult. But before many questions were asked, it became manifest that something far deeper and older than fetishism was involved. Degraded and ignorant as many were, the creatures held within surprising consistency to the central idea of their loathsome faith. They worshipped, so they said, the great old ones who lived ages before there were any men, and who came to the young world out of the sky. Those old ones were gone now, inside the earth and under the sea, but their dead bodies had told their secrets in dreams to the first men who formed a cult which had never died. This was that cult, and the prisoners said it had always existed and always would exist, hidden in distant wastes and dark places all over the world until the time when the great priest Cthulhu from his dark house in the mighty city of Vernier under the waters should rise and bring the earth again beneath his sway. Some day he would call when the stars were ready, and the secret cold would always be waiting to liberate him. Meanwhile, no more must be told. There was a secret in which even torture could not extract. Mankind was not absolutely alone among the conscious things of earth, for shapes came out of the dark to visit the faithful few. But these were not the great old ones. No man had ever seen the old ones. The carven idol was great Cthulhu, but none might say whether or not the others were precisely like him. No one could read the old writing now, but things were told by word of mouth. The chanted ritual was not the secret. That was never spoken aloud, only whispered. The chant meant only this: in his house of Bralia, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming. Only two of the prisoners were found sane enough to be hanged, and the rest were committed to various institutions. All denied a part in the ritual murders and averred that the killing had been done by black winged ones which had come to them from their immemorial meeting place in the haunted wood. But of those mysterious allies no coherent account could ever be gained. What the police did extract came mainly from an immensely aged mestizo named Castro, who claimed to have that who sailed claimed to have sailed to strange ports and talked with undying leaders, the cult in the mountains of China. Old Castro remembered bits of hideous legend that paled the speculation of the theosophists, and made man and the world seem recent and transient indeed. There had been aeons when other things ruled the earth, and they had great cities. Remains of them, he said, the deathless Chinamen had told him, were still to be found as cyclopean stones on islands in the Pacific. They all died vast epochs of time before men came, but there were arts which could revive them with the stars had come round again to the right positions in the cycle of eternity. They had indeed come themselves from the stars and brought their images with them. These great old ones, Castro continued, were not composed altogether of flesh and blood, for they had shape. For did not this star fashioned image prove it? But that shape was not made of matter. When the stars were right, they could plunge from world to world through the sky, but when the stars were wrong, they could not live. But although they no longer lived, they would never really die, and all lay in stone houses in their great city of Rolier, preserved by the spells of mighty Cthulhu for a glorious resurrection when the stars and the earth might once more be ready for them. But at that time, some force from outside of Earth might once more be ready for. Outside, or some force from outside must serve to liberate their bodies. The spells that preserved them intact likewise prevented them from making an initial move, and they could only lie awake in the dark and think while uncounted millions of years rolled by. They knew all that was occurring in the universe, but their mode of speech was transmitted thought. Even now they talk in their tombs. When after infinities of chaos the first men came, the great old ones spoke to the sensitive among them by molding their dreams, for only thus could their language reach the fleshly minds of mammals. Then whispered Castro, those first men formed the cult around small idols which the great ones shrewd themselves, idols brought in dim areas from dark stones. That cult would never die till the stars came right again, and the secret priest would take great Cthulhu from his tomb to revive his subjects and resume his rule of earth. The time would be easy to know, for then mankind would have become as the great old ones, free and wild and beyond good and evil, with laws and morals thrown aside, and all men shouting and killing and reveling in joy. Then the liberated old ones would teach them new ways to shout and kill and revel and enjoy themselves, and all the earth would flame with a holocaust of ecstasy and freedom. Meanwhile, the cult, by appropriate rites, must keep alive the memory of those ancient ways and shadow forth the prophecy of their return. In the elder time, chosen men had talked with the entombed ones in dreams, but then something had happened. The great stone city Raya, with its monoliths and sepulchres, had sunk beneath the waves in the deep waters full of the one primal mystery, though, which not even though can pass, had cut off the spectral intercourse. But memory never died, and high priest said that the city would rise again when the stars were right. Then came out of the earth the black spirits of earth, moldy and shadow, and full of dim rumors picked up in caverns beneath forgotten sea bottoms. But of them old Castro dared not speak much. He cut himself off hurriedly, and no amount of persuasion, subtly, or could elicit more in this direction. The size of the old ones, too, he curiously declined to mention. Of the cold, he said that he thought the center lay amid the pathless deserts of Arabia, where Yarem, the city of pillars, dreams hidden and untouched. It was not allied to the European witch cult and was virtually unknown beyond its members. No book had ever really hinted of it, though the deathless Chinaman said that there were double meanings in the Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul Ahazred, which the initiated might read as they chose, especially the much discussed couplet, that is not dead, which kin eternal life, and with strange aeons even death may die. Legres, deeply impressed, not little bewildered, had inquired in vain concerning the historic affiliations of the cult. Castro apparently had told the truth when he said it was wholly secret. The authorities of Tulares University could shed no light upon either cult or image, and now the detective had come to the highest authorities in the country and met with no more than Greenland's tale of Professor Webb. The feverish interest aroused at the meeting of Legras's tale, corroborated as it was by the statuette, is echoed in the subsequent correspondence of those who attended, although scant mention occurs in the formal publications of the Society. Caution is the first care of those accustomed to face occasional charlatanry and imposture. Legras for some time lent the image to Professor Webb, but at the latter's death it was returned to him and remains in his possession. Where I viewed it no long ago, it is truly a terrible thing, and unmistakably akin to the dream sculpture of young Wilcox. That my uncle was excited by the late of the sculptor, I did not wonder, for what thoughts must arise upon hearing, after a knowledge of what Legras had mentioned, had learned of the cult, of a sensitive young man who had dreamed not only the figure and exact hieroglyphics of the swamp found image and the Greenland Devil tablet, but had come in his dreams upon at least three of the precise words of the formula uttered alike by Esquermont, Diabolist, and Mongrel Louisianus. Professor Angela's instant start of an investigation of the utmost thoroughness was eminently natural, though privately I suspected young Wilcox of having heard of the cult in some indirect way, and of having invented a series of dreams to heighten and continue the mystery at my uncle's expense. The dream narratives and cuttings collected by the professor were, of course, strong cooperation, but the rationalism of my mind and the extravagance of the whole subject led me to adopt what I thought the most sensible conclusions. So, after thoroughly studying the manuscript again and correlating the theosophical and anthropological notes with the cult's narrative of Logras, I made a trip to Providence to see the sculptor and give him the rebuke I thought proper, so boldly imposing upon a learned, aged man. Wilcox still lived alone in Flor de Lis building in Thomas Street, a hideous Victorian imitation of the 17th century Breton architecture, which flaunts its stuccoed front amidst the lovely colonial houses on the ancient hill and under the very shadow of the finest Gregorian steeple in America. I found him at work in his rooms and at once conceded from the specimens scattered about that his genius is indeed profound and authentic. He will, I believe, sometime be heard from as one of the greatest decadents, for he has crystallized in clay and will one day mirror in marble those nightmares and fantasies which Arthur McCann evokes in prose and Clark Ashton Smith makes visible in verse and in painting. Dark, frail, and somewhat unkempt in aspect, he turned languidly at my knock and asked me my business without rising. When I told him who I was, he displayed some interest, for my uncle had excited his curiosity in probing his strange dreams, yet had never explained the reason for the study. I had not enlarged his knowledge in this regard, but sought with some subtlety to draw him out. In a short time I became convinced of his absolute sincerity, for he spoke of the dreams in a manner none could mistake. They and their subconscious reserve had influenced his art profoundly, and he shewed morbid statue whose contours almost made me shake with the potency of its dark suggestion. He could not recall having seen the original of this thing except in his own dream bas relief, but the outlines had formed themselves insensibly under his hands. It was no doubt the giant shape had raved of in delirium, that he really knew nothing of the hidden code, save from what my uncle's relentless catechism had let fall. He soon made clear, and again I strove to think of some way in which he could possibly have received the weird impressions. He talked of his dreams in a strangely poetic fashion, making me see with terrible vividness the damp cyclopean city of the slimy green stone, whose geometry, he oddly said, was all wrong. And here, with fright and expectancy, the ceaseless half mental calling from underground, Cthulhu Flash, Cthulhu Flash, Cthulhu Flash. And these words had formed part of that dread ritual which told of dead Cthulhu's dream vigil in his stone vault at Ratier, and I felt deeply moved despite my rational beliefs. Wilcox, I was sure, had heard of the cult in some casual way, and had soon forgotten it amidst the mass of his equally weird reading and imagining. Later, by virtue of its sheer impressiveness, it had found subconscious expression in dreams, in the bas relief, and in the terrible statue I now beheld, so that this imposture upon my uncle had been a very innocent one. The youth was of a type at once slightly affected and slightly ill mannered, which I could never like, but I was willing enough now to admit both his genius and his honesty. I took leave of him amicably, and wished him all the success his talent promises. The matter of the colt still remained to facilitate me, and at times I had visions of personal fame from researchers into its origin of connections. I visited New Orleans, talked with Legras and others of that old time raiding party, saw the rightful image, and even questioned such of the mongrel prisoners as still survived. Old Castro unfortunately had been dead for some years, what I now heard so graphically at first hand, though it was really no more than a detailed confirmation of what my uncle had written, excited me afresh, for I felt sure that I was on the track of a very real, very secret, and very ancient religion whose discovery would make me an anthropologist of note. my attitude was still one of absolute materialism, as I wish it still were, and I discounted with almost inexplicable perversity the coincidence of the dream notes and odd cuttings collected by Professor Angel. One thing I began to suspect, and which I now feel I know, is that my uncle's death was far from natural. He fell on a narrow hill street leading up from an ancient waterfront swarming with foreign mongrels. After a careless push from a sailor, I did not forget the mixed blood and marine pursuits of the Colton members in Louisiana, and would not be surprised to learn of secret methods and poison needles as ruthless and as ancient known as the cryptic rites and beliefs. Lacrosse and his men, it is true, have been let alone, but in Norway a certain seaman who saw things is dead. Might not the deeper inquiries of my uncle after encountering the sculptor's data have come to sinister ears? I think Professor Angel died because he knew too much, or because he was likely to learn too much. Whether I shall go as he did remains to be seen, for I have learned much now. Hope y'all are having a good morning. Though L, if you don't mind, let people's comments stay there. Um, if we may have a small moment, let people's comments exist. Let them share what they want to say. Let them ask a question. They're like, oh, who's this, or what's going on here? Let those things exist in the comments. Those are acceptable. When somebody becomes harmful, that's that's when things could be comments can really be deleted. Um, when people become repeatedly in that direction, and on a very true reality, I like to share the definition of the word hate. Okay, you can go ahead and pull up a dictionary right now. Anybody at home, I encourage anybody to just look into a dictionary, and the word hate means to strongly dislike something. It's okay to hate something, and I don't mind being hated. And personally, I don't mind if people's comments are directed at me of that nature. That's okay. I don't mind hearing what people don't like about me. That's okay. Now, if people are attacking fellow commenters, whoa, that's a whole nother thing. If somebody's attacking another commenter, like somebody gave a compliment or a proper question, and somebody comes up and they treat them bad like that, just give that strike that milk right away. Go for it. Nix them out, whatever on that. Though the difference of what's not okay, at least in my book, is when one becomes malicious. See, hate means to strongly dislike. Malicious means to strongly dislike something with the intent to do harm. The intent to do harm. Now, that makes a distinguishment between something's acceptable and something's not acceptable. It's okay to not like something. It's okay to say, I hate this. This is no good. I think it should be better. That's okay. That's okay. Just tossing that out there. Thank you. Thank you for all your efforts. Thank you for all your efforts. What's up, Billy Goat? Billy Goat. Haha. Billy Goat Gruff. What is up, Billy Goat Gruff? Much love, many blessings to everybody out there, indubitably and definitely. Today we are reading, oh gosh, there goes my brain again. H.P. Lovecraft. Somebody had wanted to hear some H.P. Lovecraft, so we were in the middle of reading The Call of Cthulhu, and quite interesting ideas, and reading some other of his works, and we do have if you do enjoy this, we do have a donation dealio on the main page. Uh, it's got the GoFundMe link there. We've got and feel free to shoot me an email, etc@yahoo.com. Leave a message in one of the comments on the videos or something. And if you have an idea of a book, of an author, of a philosopher, of a something you'd like to hear me read, I would be happy to look at it. And if it's something that's like, yeah, that's up my alley, boom, I'll find something on it and be happy to read it. And so I thank y'all for that. Zodiac sign, uh, December 23rd. So you could, and I was born on Sunday. Um, so that would put me at December, boom, I mean, a special time. Capricorn on the norm, and Sagittarius very much applies. Though a truth, reality is that on the spiritual journey, you can master your your zodiacal sign. You can master it to where you don't have those, let's call them impediments, those errors or those rough spots in life. You can create new habits. We talk about this frequently here about the ability to implement a new habit into one's life by doing something every single day for 40 days, and that new habit is going to cancel out that old bad habit, that old rough spot. So, thank you for being here and all that good stuff. I'm gonna get back to reading here. Oh, and if you are on TikTok, I do apologize for the horrid video quality and whatnot. We are live on youtube.com/Setra, SETCHRA, much more better video quality and all that good stuff. We'd love to have you over there. Again, that's youtube.com/Setra. Very simple. And we are live currently over there right now. If heaven ever wishes to grant me a boon, it will be total effacing of the results of a mere chance which fixed my eye on a certain stray piece of shelf paper, It was nothing on which I would naturally have stumbled in the course of my daily round, for it was an old number of an Australian journal, the Sydney Bulletin for April 18th, 1925. It had escaped even the cutting bureau, which had at the time of its issuance been avidly collecting material for my uncle's research. I had largely given over my inquiries into a Professor Angel called the Cthulhu cult, and was visiting a learned friend in Patterson, New Jersey, the curator of a local museum and a mineralogist of note, examining one day the reserved specimens roughly set on the storage shelves in a rear room of the museum. My eye was caught by an odd picture in one of the old papers spread beneath the stones. It was the City Bulletin I've mentioned, for my friend has wide affiliations in all conceivable foreign parts, and the picture was a half-tone cut of a hideous stone image, almost identical with that which Legras had found in the swamp. Eagerly clearing the sheet of its precious contents, I scanned the item in detail and was disappointed to find it of not only moderate length. What it suggested, however, was of a portentous significance to my flagging quest, and I carefully tore it out for immediate action. It read as follows: Mystery derelict found at sea. Vigilant arrives with helpless armed New Zealand yacht in tow. One survivor and dead man found aboard. Tale of desperate battle and deaths at sea. Rescued seaman refuses particulars of strange experience. Odd idol found in his possession. Inquiry to follow. The Morrison Company's freighter Vigilant, bound from Valparaiso, arrived this morning at its wharf in Darling Harbor, having in tow the battered and disabled but heavily armed steam yacht Alert of Durnendai, Air New Zealand, which was sighted April 12th in south latitude 34 degrees 21 west longitude 152 degrees 17th, and with one living and one dead aboard. The Vigilant left Valparaiso March 25th, and on April 2nd was driven considerably south on her course by exceptionally heavy storms and monster waves. On April 12th, the derelict was sighted, and though apparently deserted, was found upon boarding to contain one survivor in a half delirious condition and one man who had evidently been dead for more than a week. The living man was clutching a horrible stone idol of unknown origin, about a foot in height, regarding whose nature authorities at Sydney University, the Royal Society, and the Museum in College Street all profess complete bafflement, and which the survivor says he found in the cabin of the yacht, in a small carved shrine of common pattern. This man, after recovering his senses, told an exceedingly strange story of piracy and slaughter. He is Gustav Johansen, a Norwegian of some intelligence, and had been second mate of the two-masted schooner Emma of Auckland, which sailed for Carlisle February 20th with a complement of 11 men. The Emma, he says, was delayed and thrown widely south off her course by the great storm of March 1st, and on March 22nd, in south latitude 49 degrees 51 west longitude 108 28 degrees 34, encountered the Alert, manned by a queer and evil-looking crew of Kanakas and half-castes, being ordered per peremptorily to turn back. Captain Collins refused, whereupon the strange crew began to fire savagely and without warning upon the schooner with a peculiarly heavy battery of brass cannon forming part of the yacht's equipment. The Emma's men threw the fight, says the survivor, and though the schooner began to sink from shots beneath the waterline, they managed to heave alongside their enemy and board her, grappling with the savage crew on the yacht's deck and being forced to kill them all, the number being slightly superior because of their particularly abhorrent and desperate, though rather clumsy, mode of fighting. 3 of the Emma's men, including Captain Collins of the first mate, Green, were killed, and the remaining 8, under second mate Johansen, proceeded to navigate the captured yacht. Going ahead in their original direction to see if any reason for their ordering back had existed. The next day, it appears they raised and landed on a small island, although none is known to exist in that part of the ocean, and 6 of the men somehow died ashore, though Johansen is weirdly reticent about their part of his story and speaks only of their falling into a rock chasm. Later, it seems he and one companion boarded the yacht and tried to manage her, but were beaten about by the storm on April 2nd. From that time till his rescue on the 12th, the man remembers little, and he does not even recall when William Bryden, his companion, died. Bryden's death reveals no apparent cause and was probably due to excitement or exposure. Cable advances from Dunedin report that the Alert was well known there as an island trader and bore an evil reputation along the waterfront. It was owned by a curious group of half-castes whose frequent meetings and night trips to the woods attracted no little curiosity, and it had set sail in great haste just after the storm and earth tremors of March 1st. Our Auckland correspondent gives the Emma and her crew an excellent reputation, and Johansen is described as a sober and worthy man. The Admiralty will institute an inquiry on the whole matter beginning tomorrow, at which every effort will be made to induce Johansen to speak more freely than he has done hitherto. This was all together in the picture of the hellish image, but what a train of ideas it started in my mind. Here were new treasures of date on the Cthulhu cult, and evidence that it had strange interests at sea as well as on land. What motive prompted the hybrid crew to order back the Emma as they sailed about with their hideous idol? What was the unknown island on which 6 of the Emma's crew had died, and about which the mate Johansen was so secretive? And what had Vice Admiralty investigation brought out? And what was known of the noxious cold of the Dunedin? And most marvelous of all, what deep and more than natural linkage of dates was this which gave a malign and now undeniable significance to the various turns of events so carefully noted by my uncle? March 1st to February, March 1st, our February 28th, according to the international date line, the earthquake and storm had come from Dunedin. The Alert and her noisome crew had darted eagerly forth as if imperiously summoned, and on the other side of the earth poets and artists had begun to dream of a strange, dark cyclopean city, while a young sculptor had molded in his sleep the form of the dreaded Cthulhu. March 23rd, the crew of the Irma landed on an unknown island and left 6 men dead. And on the date, the dreams of sensitive men assumed a heightened vividness and darkened with dread of a giant monster's malign pursuit, while an architect had gone mad and a sculptor had lapsed suddenly into delirium. And what of the storm of April 2nd? the date of which all dreams of the dark, dank city ceased, and Wilcox emerged unharmed from the bondage of strange fever. What of all this, and of those hints of old Khosrow about the sunken, star-born old ones, and their coming reign, their faithful cult, and their mastery of dreams? Was I tottering on the brink of cosmic horrors beyond man's power to bear? If so, they must be horrors of the mind alone, for in some way the second of April had put to stop to whatever monstrous menace had begun its siege of mankind's soul. That evening, after a day of hurried cabling and arranging, I bade my host adieu and took a train for San Francisco. In less than a month I was in Dundide, where, however, I found that little was known of the strange cult members who had lingered in the old seedy caverns. Waterfront scum was too common for special mention, though there was vague talk about one inland trip these mongrels had made, during which faint drumming and red flame were noted on the distant hills. In Auckland, I learned that Johansen had returned with yellow hair turned white after a perfunctory and inconclusive questioning in Sydney, and had thereafter sold his cottage in West Street and sailed with his wife to his old home in Oslo. Of his sitting experience, he would tell his friends no more than he had told the admiralty officers, and all they could do was to give him his Osso's address. After that, when I went to Sydney and talked profitlessly with seamen and members of the Admiralty Court, I saw the Alert, now sold and in commercial use at a circular quay in Sydney Cove, but gained nothing from its non-committal bulk. The crouching image, with its cuttlefish head, dragon body, scaly wings, and hieroglyphed pedestal, was preserved in the museum at Hyde Park, and I studied it long and well, finding it a thing of balefully exquisite workmanship, and with the same utter mystery, terrible antiquity, and unearthly strangeness of material which I had noted in Lagrange's smaller specimen. Geologist, the curator told me, had found it a monstrous puzzle, for they vowed that the world held no rock like it. Then I thought with a shudder of what old Castro had told Lucas about the primal great ones. They had come from the stars and had brought their images with them. Shaken with such a mental revolution as I had never known, I now resolved to visit Maida Johansen in Oslo, sailing for London. I re-embarked at once for the Norwegian capital, and one autumn day landed at the trim wharves in the shadow of the Erzgebirge. Johansen's dress, I discovered, lay in the old town of King Harold Harada, which kept alive the name of Oslo during all centuries that the greater city masqueraded as Christiania. I made the brief trip by taxicab and knocked with palpitant heart at the door of a neat and ancient building with plastered front. A sad-faced woman in black answered my summons, and I was stung with disappointment when she told me in halting English that Gustav Johansen was no more. He had not survived his returns, that his wife, for the doings at sea in 1925, had broken him. He had told her no more than he had told the public, but had left long manuscript of technical matters, as he said, written in English, evidently in order to safeguard her from the peril of casual perusal. During a walk through a narrow lane near the Gothenburg dock, a bundle of papers falling from an attic window had knocked him down to Two Lascar sailors at once helped him to his feet, but before the ambulance could reach him, he was dead. Physicians found no adequate cause for the end and laid it to heart trouble and a weakened constitution. I now felt gnawing at my vitals the dark terror which will never leave me till I too am at rest, accidentally or otherwise, persuading the widow that my connection with her husband's technical matters was sufficient to entitle me to his manuscript. I bore the documents away and began to read it on the London boat. It was simple, rambling thing, a naive sailor's effort at a post facto diary, and strove to recall day by day that last awful voyage. I cannot attempt to transcribe it verbatim in all of its cloudiness and redundance, but I will tell it's just enough to show why the sound of the water against the vessel's sides becomes so unendurable to me that I stuffed my ears with cotton. Johansen, thank God, did not know quite all, even though he saw the city and the thing. But I shall never sleep calmly again when I think of the horrors that lurk ceasingly behind life and time and in space, and of those unhallowed blasphemies from elder stars which dream beneath the sea, known and favored by a nightmare cult already and eager to loose them on the world whenever another earthquake shall have their monstrous stone city again to the sun and air. Johansen's voyage had begun just as he told it to the Admiralty. The Emma in ballast had cleared Auckland on February 20th and had felt the full force of that earthquake-born tempest which must have heaved up from the sea bottom the horrors that filled men's dreams. Once more under control, the ship was making good progress when held up by the Alert on March 22nd, and I could feel the mate's regret as he wrote of her bombardment and sinking. Of the swarthy fiends of the Alert he speaks with significant horror. There was some peculiarly abominable quality about them which made their destruction seem almost duty, and Johansen shews ingenious wonder at the charge of ruthlessness brought against his party during the proceedings of the court of inquiry. Then, driven ahead by curiosity in their captured yacht under Johansen's command, the men sight a great stone pillar sticking out of the sea, and in south latitude 47 degrees 9, west longitude 126 degrees 43, come long up upon a coast of mingled mud, ooze, and weedy cyclopean masonry, which can be nothing less than the tangible substance of Earth's supreme terror, the nightmare corpse city of R'lyeh, that was built in measureless aeons behind history by the vast, loathsome shapes that seep down from the dark stars. There lay great Cthulhu and his hordes hidden in green slimy vaults and sending out at last after cycles incalculable the thoughts that spread fear to the dreams of the sensitive and called imperiously to the faithful to come on a pilgrimage of liberation and restoration. All this Johansen did not suspect, but God knows he soon saw enough. I suppose that only a single mountain top, the hideous monolith crowned citadel whereon great Cthulhu was buried, actually emerged from the waters. When I think of the extent of all that may be brooding down there, I almost wish to kill myself forthwith. Johansen and his men were awed by the cosmic majesty of this dripping Babylon of elder daemons, and must have guessed without guidance that it was nothing of this or of any sane planet, all at the unbelievable size of the greenish stone blocks and the dizzying height of the great carven monolith, and at the stupefying identity of the colossal statues in bas reliefs with the unusual weird image found in the shrine on the Alert. It's poignantly visible in every line of the mate's frightening description. Without knowing what futurism is like, Johansen archived achieved something very close to it when he spoke of the city. For instead of describing any definite structure or building, he dwells only on broad impressions of vast angles and stone surfaces, surfaces too great to belong to anything right or proper for this earth, and impious with horrible images on the hieroglyphs. I mention his talk about angles because it suggests something Wilcox had told me of his awful dreams. He had said that the geometry of the dream place he saw was abnormal, non Euclidean, and loathsomely redolent of spheres and dimensions apart from ours. Now, an unlettered seaman felt the same thing while gazing at the terrible reality. Johansen and his men landed at a sloppy mud bank on his monstrous Arcopolis and clambered slipperily up over tight and cozy blocks which could have been no mortal staircase. The very sun of heaven seemed distorted when viewed from the polarizing miasma welling out from the sea, so perversion and twisted menace and suspense lurking leerily in those crazily elusive angles of craven rock where a second glance shewed concavity after the first shrewd convexity. Something very like the fright had come over all the explorers before anything more definite than rock and ooze and weed as seen. Each would have fled had he not feared the scorn of the others, and it was only half-heartedly that they searched vainly as it proved for some portable souvenir to bear away. It was Rodriguez, the Portuguese, who climbed up the front of the monolith and shouted of what he had found. The rest followed him and looked curiously at the immense carved door with the now familiar squid, dragon, bas relief. It was Johansen said, like a great barn door, and they all felt that it was a door because of the ornate lintel threshold and jambs round it, though they could not decide whether it lay flat like a trap door or slantwise like an outside cellar door, as Wilcox would have said. The geometry of the place was all wrong. One could not be sure that the sea and the ground were horizontal, hence the relative position of everything else seemed phantasmally variable. Bryden pushed at the stone in several places without result. The Donovan felt over it delicately around the edge, pressing each point separately as he went. He climbed intermittently along with the grotesque stone molding. That is, one would call it climbing, if the thing was not, after all, horizontal. All the men wondered how any door in the universe could be so vast. Then, very softly and slowly, the eager great panel began to give inward at the top, and they saw that it was balanced. Donovan slid or somehow propelled himself down or along the jamb and rejoined his fellows, and everyone watched the weird recession of the monstrously carven portal in his fantasy of prismatic distortion. It moved anonymously in a diagonal way so that all the rules of matter and perspective seemed upset. The aperture was black with a darkness almost material. The tenebrousness was indeed a positive quality, for it obscured such parts of the inner walls as ought to have been revealed, and actually burst forth like smoke from its aeon long imprisonment, visibly darkening the sun as it slunk away into the shrunken incubus sky on flapping membranous wings. The odor arising from the newly opened depths was intolerable, and at length the quick-eared Hawkins thought he heard a nasty sloping sound down there. Everyone listened, and everyone was listening still when it lumbered soberly, slobberly into sight and gropingly squeezed its gelatinous green immensity through the black doorway into the tainted outside air of that poisoned city of madness. Poor Johannes' handwriting almost gave out when he wrote of the 6 men who never reached the ship. He thinks two perished of pure fright in that accursed instant. The thing cannot be described. There's no language of such abysms of shrieking and immemorial lunacy, such eldritch contradictions of all matter, force, and cosmic order. A mountain walked or stumbled. God, what wonder that across the earth a great architect went mad and poor Wilcox raved with fever in that telepathic instant. The thing of the idols, the green sticky spawn of the stars, had all to claim his own. The stars were right again, and what an age-old cult had failed to do by design, a band of innocent sailors had done by accident after vigilant eons of years. Great Cthulhu was loose again and ravaging for delight. 3 men were swept up by the flabby claws before anybody turned. God rest him if there were be any rest in the universe. There were Donovan, Guerrera, and Angstrom. Parker slipped as the other 3 were plunging frenziedly over endless vistas of green-crusted rock to the boat, and Johansen swears he was swallowed by an angle of masonry which shouldn't have been there, an angle which was acute but behaved as if it were obtuse. So only Bryden and Johansen reached the boat and pulled desperately for the alert as the mountainous monstrosity flopped down the slimy stones and the hesitated, floundering at the edge of the water. Steam had not been suffered to go down entirely despite the departure of all hands for the shore, and it was the work of only a few moments of the feverish rushing up and down between wheel and engines to get the alert under way. Slowly, amidst the distorted horrors of that indescribable scene, she began to churn the lethal waters, while on the masonry of that charnel shore that was not of earth, the Titan thing from the stars labored and gibbered like Poleme, cursing the fleeting ship of Odysseus. Then, bolder than the storied Cyclops, great Cthulhu slid greasily into the water and began to pursue with vast wave-raising strokes of cosmic potency. Bryden looked back and went mad, laughing shrilly as he kept on laughing at the intervals until death found him one night in the cabin while Johansen was wandering deliriously. But Johansen had not given out yet. Knowing that the thing could surely overtake the alert until steam was fully up, he resolved on a desperate chance, and setting the engine for full speed, ran lightning-like on the deck and reversed the wheel. There was a mighty eddying and foaming in the noisome brine, and as the steam mounted higher and higher, the brave Norwegian drove his vessel head on against the pursuing jelly, which rose above the unclean froth like the steam of a Damon galleon. The awful squid head with writhing feelers came forth like the stern, nearly up to the bowsprit of the steering yacht. But Johansen drove on relentlessly. There was a bursting of an exploding bladder, a slushy nastiness of a cloven sunfish, a stench as of 1,000 open graves, and a sound that the chronicler would not put on paper. For an instant the ship was befouled by an acrid and blinding green cloud, and then there was only a venomous seething astern, where God in heaven, the scattered plasticity of that nameless sky spawn, was nebulously recombing in its hateful origin form, while its distance widened every second as the alert gained impetuous from its mounting steam. That was all. After that, Johansen only brooded over the idol in the cabin and attended to a few matters of food for himself and the laughing maniac by his side. He did not try to navigate after the first bold flight, for the reaction had taken something out of his soul. Then came the storm on April 2nd, and a gathering of the clouds about his consciousness. There is a sense of spectacle whirling through liquid gulfs of infinity, of dizzying rides through reeling universes on a comet's tail, and of hysterical plunges from the pit to the moon and from the moon back again to the pit, all livened by a cachinnating chorus of the distorted, hilarious elder gods and the green bat-winged mocking imps of Tartarus. Out of that dream came rescue, the vigilant, the vice admiralty court, the streets of Durnadine, and the long voyage back home to the old house of the Erzberg. He could not tell. They would think him mad. He would write of what he knew before death came, but his wife must not guess. Death would be a boon if only he could blot out the memories. That was the document I read, and now I've placed it in the tin box beside the bas relief and the papers of Professor Angel. With it shall go this record of mine, the test of my own sanity, wherein is pierced together that which I hope may never be pierced together again. I have looked upon all that the universe has hold of horror, and even the skies of spring and the flowers of summer must ever afterward be poison to me. But I do not think my life will be long. As my uncle went, as poor Johansen went, so shall I go. I know too much, and the cult still lives. Cthulhu still lives, too, I suppose, again in that chasm of stone which has shielded him since the sun was young. His accursed city is sunken once more, for the vigilance sailed over the spot after the April storm. But his ministers on earth still bellow and prance and slay around idle-capped monoliths in lonely places. He must have been trapped by the slinking wile within his black abyss, or else the world would by now be screaming with fright and frenzy. Who knows the end? What is risen may sink, and what is sunk may rise. Loathsomeness waits and dreams in the deep, and decay spreads over the tottering cities of men. A time will come, but I must not and cannot think. Let me pray that if I do not survive this manuscript, my executors may put caution before audacity and see that it meets no other eye. Bah, bah, bah. Super thank you. Super thank you to all the mods, to friends, family. I appreciate your assistance. People, people certainly do like to ruin a good thing, but that's why my heart and my mind stay focused forward. That's the most important thing to do, is to keep moving forward. Um, much love, bro. Much love, bro. Indeed. Indeed. Your actions. People people like to speak much. They do not perform much. And in my life, for what I've seen and for what I've witnessed, I've realized a very distinct truth. And that is words are cheap. Words are cheap. They're damn near worthless. Action is everything. A person's speech is going to reveal more about them, about what they are aware of, and about what they are not aware of. Those who are careful not to speak too much are wise because, well, they're walking about in a world and they're seeing and sensing with much more than their physical eyes, and this is very, very, very important. Native, yes, I do have native blood. I've got a bit. From Ireland, bro. What's up? What's up, Steven? Very nice to see you. Very nice to know from a good portion around the world. Being in America, I've experienced a lot, but for as much as I think about being in a place, a land such as Ireland or another part of the world so old with so much history, I mean, you've got family that goes back and goes back and goes back. I mean, it's amazing the history and how much culture can change and develop when you're on your own land from where your ancestors lived. You can see those places and feel that energy. And I feel just like an explorer in a land that looks at me as mysteriously as any inquiry they've ever had. But people from other parts of the world more connected with their history, more connected with their ancestors, more held not just in traditions, but in ways profound of connected to the spirits, to the ancestors of old, to our creators, to our parents. That'd be more closer to my kin. But really, are we not all kin? Are we not all human? We are wearing these bodies. I'm pretty sure if you watch and you've got that skin on. And truly is, I feel much like as I am an explorer, I'm also an ambassador. Somehow, in some way, in making contact and being away from home of those ancestral lands on this planet, we find connection indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, and this will be hard for a lot of people to understand. Shoot, I don't just got friends, I got family that are demons. I got family that are angels. If you think about it, whatever construct of God you perceive, they created everything, right? Everything came forth. It means everything's related, everything has a connection to source. Where we departed ways and started honoring different traditions which emulated and taught values within a community, within a tribe, within a group. These are where people separated on their migration, not to come back together and say, I found something better and get rid of what you found. No, because they went on their own journey. We come back together to put those ideas together, to become whole, to become unified in a new culture, in a new movement of the way that we treat each other. To put on the lenses of the heart that sees beyond a modern division and seeks to change the past digression. You have the power to change our future, and you're doing it. We're doing it daily. That heart of love and goodness is solid. We got another one here from H.P. Lovecraft. I did a little setup so I didn't have to hold the thing the whole time. We only dive deep. And that's it. I mean, like, in a sense, we're, we're rescue divers. With Divine Mother, that aspect, the subconscious mind, the area where people don't look, where they don't want to see, that is where they are yearning to be saved from. Isn't it all too real that we go through something and we stuff it down? See, it doesn't matter. I'm a good person. I'm not going to let that bother me. I can't reason it out. I don't have the mind or the information to figure it out. I don't have time. I got something to do. And so we stuff an event down of an event that caused us extreme emotional discomfort, and we stuff it down in that metaphorical sense. We drop it in that ocean of desired forgetfulness. So it's dark because we don't shed light on it. Light would represent consciousness and awareness, whereas darkness, obviously, it's hidden. And then we go about our day and we have been doing everything. It's been a swimmingly day. It's been a pretty good day. And then all of a sudden, somebody does something and it's a complete stranger. Or maybe we know them. And then there's a huge blow because everything that was stuffed down, that bubble, that ocean was popped. So before that time comes, we do dive in the deep recesses of telepathy, of heart and mind, to send our positive energy to other individuals, whether you have their name or whether they're a complete stranger. But you know that there are other people in the world that vibrate at a frequency and a relevancy of morality that you have. And that's the reality that nobody is truly alone. Yeah. And that's the way to do it. No man needs to lead another man. Nobody needs to lead each other, not like that. It's by your own connection. your own faith, that own light, your connection. And that's what you follow. And use everything in this world for inspiration. I say that quite often. Use everything in this world for inspiration. Don't follow it. Don't follow it. You got your own path to go on. And that's how we all contribute to the wonderful reality of the symphony of our world. I got another one by H.P. Lovecraft. So it's looking pretty good. Definitely Egyptian. Yes. Egyptian, Indian. Yeah. Ooh. Why not? Okay. So I'd like to teach you a little trick. Not a trick. Something you may not have known of before. Let's see if we can save TikTok here. If you are on TikTok, we are on youtube.com/Cetra. Much more better quality over there. Take your side, Bustareta. If I pronounce that correct or wrong, hope I did it correct. Spelled your name correctly. Something says, take care, bro. Energy. So, when you're working with energy and you feel the presence of energy, you can guide this energy to your own chakras, to your own body. Sometimes, well, naturally, we just see something happening and we're just consciously aware of it occurring. Though, in many forms and ways, when there's energy, such as like from stones, from fire, from a ceremony, or anything, one can reach out their hands and literally scoop the energy and wash it over their head, can literally pluck the energy and place it upon their heart, can direct this energy anywhere you want or need onto your own self. God, super thanks. Thanks for the subscription. Appreciate that. You know, is that not truly what we want to do, is to entertain each other? I mean, and how else do you learn, man? Who wants to learn? Shoot, who's gonna pay to? I mean, yeah, people pay. People go to college, but a lot of people out there, they ain't got no money for that. And then how do you really teach somebody? How many people pay all that money to go learn somewhere and then they fall asleep in class and fail their class and get bad grades because they're not really learning or doing anything? Ah, I mean, so I celebrate Halloween every, I could dress up for Halloween every day. Got to scare the bad spirits away, right? And those bad spirits reside in people, and got to be merry and cheery for Christmas because every day is Christmas. Shoot, present or not, don't stop me from being how I'd like to be. And lastly, honor Thanksgiving every day at every moment. So I'm very thankful for what we have. It may not be the best meal or the biggest meal every single day. However, I'm thankful for what we do have. And last but not least, Mother's Day. Honoring Mother every single day. Only one day out of the year to honor these activities, to see that they are useful. Think about it. They are called holidays. They're called holidays because they are holy days. They've been honored in memorial for years past before even like memory. Like, because everything's kind of traced to something before that story and before that story. Anyways, we get the modern current story. So why not make every day a holy day? Why not? Why not every day a holiday? Is not the reality of a holiday about how you feel and not about what you necessarily physically have? Is not a holy day a holiday about being with friends and family than the actual turkey or the feast or whatever it may be? It's about the coming together. And the coming together is certainly a sacred, holy, a light, enlightenment. For when we share time together and thought in that same heart space of love, of considerate love, the betterment of my fellow human, the happiness that their issues may be solved, whatever they may be. So then make every day a holy day, then the whole darn year going to be a holy year. And I don't need nobody to declare that or to institute that or to change that. That's all me. You could honor whatever holy days you want every day out of the year if you wanted to. I ain't telling you to. But to me, Divine Father, Divine Mother, it's a way of life every single day. It's a way of life. People in the world, they visit the Holy Land. They pray. They send messages to the Divine Father and the Divine Mother. That's family. That's Mama and Papa. We hanging out with them every single day. So that's where our mind is. That's where our thoughts are. So kind of going back, one person said they subscribed because they're pretty good entertainment value and whatever their specific words were. And hey man, if I could throw some entertainment down with some real philosophical stuff from some greats of the past, boom boom, I think shakalaka we having a good time. At least I am. And I'm sure you are too. That's why you're here. And thank goodness for Mary Jane. This one is called Pickman's Model, written in 1926. Pickman's Model. Oh, 8-bit Greek, I tell you what. It's interesting because I have been, man, I have lived in places where there was no AC and the heater did not reach me, and boy, I have frozen it out and I have sweated it out. So most definitely, one thing I've learned to do, or one thing I've done in my life, is when I was younger, I was like, oh man, when it's hot outside, when it's hot, I want it to be cold. So, the AC on, right? All that. And when it's cold outside, I'm like, man, gotta turn the heat on. Staying warm, staying hot. And so, whenever it was winter in my adolescent life, in my earlier years, I was like, when it was, I was always, when it's cold, I wanted it to be hot. When it's hot, I wanted it to be cold. And then one day I was like, you know what? I'm just going to embrace the hot when it's hot. Screw it. I'll sweat more. I need to take more showers, whatever. I need, and whatever the case. But like, so I just started doing that, and then I embraced the cold when the cold was there, and I just let it be cold. And, you know, AC is on, so I'm just letting the AC run, and I let the weathers be the weathers as they are, and not picking on it all. I'm just sharing my own history here. But I learned to just kind of enjoy what was when it was, and granted, trust me, bro. I have lived in New Mexico in the middle of summer, no AC, no windows. Like, yeah, and that it was not a short time lived either. And but it's interesting how the body can adjust to particular circumstances a lot better. It's interesting over the years that I've been doing that now, even where I am up north, when it's cold, like unless it's like 20 degrees outside, I'm serious. Like if I'm gonna go for a long walk or something, or if I'm going from inside to a car, like if I'm gonna be outside for less than 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, I'm gonna go without a jacket, bro. I'm good. Seriously, like I might have a sweater. I probably might even go shirtless. But that's because I started just going with the earth cycles rather than trying to change my elements to what I wanted them to be. But, anyways, enough of me moaning, blabbing on about that. Ooh, good old one. So, if you just joined us, we have been reading from H.P. Lovecraft. And so that's where we're picking up here. You needn't think I'm crazy, Elliot. Plenty of others have weirder prejudices than this. Why don't you laugh at Oliver's grandfather who won't ride in a motor? If I don't like a damn subway, it's my own business, and we got here more quickly anyhow in the taxi. We'd have had to walk up the hill from Park Street if we'd taken the car. I know more nervous than I was when you saw me last year, but don't you need to hold a clinic over it? There's plenty of reason, God knows, and I fancy I'm lucky to be sane at all. Why the third degree? You don't use to be so inquisitive. No, I don't know what's become of Pickman, and I don't like to guess. You might have surmised I had some inside information when I dropped him, and that's why I don't want to think where he's gone. Let the police find what they can. It won't be much, judging from the fact that they don't know yet of the old North End place he hired under the name Peters. I'm not sure that I could find it again myself. Not that I'd ever try, even in broad daylight. Yes, I do know, or am afraid I know, why he maintained it. I'm coming to that, and I think you'll understand before I'm through why I don't tell the police. Though they ask, why would, or they would ask me to guide them, but I couldn't go back there even if I knew the way. There was something there, and now I can't use the subway, or, and you may as well have your laugh at this too, go down into cellars anymore. I should think you'd have your own. I don't drop Pikmin for the same silly reasons that fussy old woman like Dr. Reed or Joe Minot or Bosworth did. Morbid art doesn't shock me, and when a man has the genius Pikmin had, I feel it an honor to know him, no matter what direction his work takes. Boston never had a greater painter than Richard Upton Pickman. I said it at first and I say it still, and I never swerved an inch either when he shooed that ghoul feeding that you remember was when Minnow cut him. You know it takes profound art and profound insight into nature to turn out stuff like pigments. Any magazine cover hack can splash paint around wildly and call it a nightmare or a witch's sabbath or a portal of the devil, but only a great painter can make such a thing really scare or ring true. That's because only a real artist knows the actual anatomy of the terrible or the physiology physiology of fear. The exact sort of lines and proportions that connect up with latent instincts or hereditary memories of fright, and the proper color contrasts and lighting effects to stir the dormant sense of strangeness. I don't have to tell you why a fusilier really brings a shiver, while a cheap ghost story frontispiece merely makes us laugh. There's something those fellows catch beyond life that they're able to make us catch for a second. Dore had it, Seme has it, and Gorowa of Chicago has it, and Pickman had it as no man ever had it before, or I hope to heaven ever will again. Don't ask me why it was they what it is they see, in ordinary art. There's all difference in the world between the vital, breathing things drawn from nature or models in the artificial truck that commercial small fry reel off in a bare studio by rule. Well, I should say that the reality weird artist has a kind of vision which makes models or summons up what amounts to actual scenes from the spectral world that he lives in. Anyhow, he manages to turn out results that differ from the pretender's mince pie dreams in just about the same way that the life's painter's results differ from the concoctions of a correspondence school cartoonist. If I had ever seen what Pickman saw, but no. Here, let's have a drink before we get any deeper. Dad, I won't be alive if I'd ever seen what that man, if he has a man, saw. You recall that Pickman's forte was faces. I don't believe anybody since Goya could put so much of sheer hell into a set of features or a twist of expression. And before Goya, you have to go back to the medieval chaps who did the gargoyles and chimeras on Notre Dame and Mont Saint Michael. And they believed all sorts of things, and maybe they saw all sorts of things too. For the Middle Ages had some curious phases. I remember you asking Pickman yourself once, the year before you went away, wherever in thunder he got such ideas and visions. Wasn't that a nasty laugh he gave you? It was partly because of that laugh that Reid dropped him. Reid, you know, had just taken up comparative pathology and was full of pompous inside stuff about the biological or evolutionary significance of this or that mental or physical symptom. He said Pickman repelled him more and more every day and almost frightened him toward the last. That the fellow's features and expression were slowly developing in a way he didn't like, in a way that wasn't human. He had a lot to talk about diet and said Pickman must be abnormal and eccentric to the last degree. I suppose you told Reed, if you had he had any correspondence over it, that he'd let Pickman's paintings get on his nerves or harrow up his imagination. I know I told him that myself. Then but keep in mind that I didn't drop Pigment for anything like this. On the contrary, my admiration for him kept growing, for that ghoul feeding was a tremendous achievement, as you know. The club wouldn't exhibit it, and the Museum of Fine Arts wouldn't accept it as a gift, and I can only add that nobody would buy it. So Pigman had it right in his house till he went. Now his father has it in Salem. You know Pickman comes out of old Salem stock and had a witch ancestor hanged in 1692. I got into the habit of calling on Pickman quite often, especially after I began making notes of a monograph on weird art, probably till it was his work which put the idea into my head. And anyhow, I found him mine of data and suggestions when I came to develop it. He showed me all the paintings and drawings he had about, including some pen and ink sketches that would, I verily believe, have got him kicked out of the club if many of the members had seen them. Before long, I was pretty nearly a devotee and would listen for hours like a schoolboy to art theories and philosophic speculations wild enough to qualify him for the Danvers Asylum. My hero worship, coupled with the fact that people generally were commencing to have less and less to do with me, made him get very confidential with me. And one evening he hinted that if I were fairly close mouthed and none too squeamish, he might shew me something rather unusual, something a bit stronger than anyone had in the house. You know, he said, there are things that won't do for Newberry Street, things that are out of place here, and that can't be conceived here. Anyhow, it's my business to catch the overtones of the soul, and you won't find those in part of in set of artificial streets on made land. Back Bay isn't Boston. It isn't anything yet because it's had no time to pick up memories and attract local spirits. If there are any ghosts here, they're the tame ghosts of a salt marsh and a shallow cove, and I want human ghosts, the ghosts of beings highly organized enough to have looked on hell and known the meaning of what they saw. The place of an artist to live is the North End. If any ascetic were sincere, he'd put up with the slums for the sake of a massed traditions. God, man, don't you realize that places like that weren't merely made but actually grew? Generation after generation lived and felt and died there, and in days when people weren't afraid to live and feel and die. Don't you know there was a mill on Cobb's Hill in 1632 and that half the present streets were laid out by 1650? I can show you houses that have stood 2 centuries and a half more houses that have witnessed what would make a modern house crumble into powder. What do moderns know of life and the forces behind it? You call the Salem witchcraft a delusion, but I'll wager my 4 times great grandmother could have told you things. They hanged her on Gallows Hill with Cotton Mather looking sanctimoniously on. Mather, damn him, was afraid some day might succeed in kicking free of this accursed cage of monotony. I wish someone had laid a spell on him or sucked his blood in the night. I can shew you a house he lived in, and I can shew you another one he was afraid to enter in spite of all his fine, bold talk. He knew things he didn't dare put into that stupid Magnalia or that puerile wonders of the invisible world. Look here, you know the whole North End once had set of tunnels that kept certain people in touch with each other's houses, and the burying ground and the sea. Let them prosecute and persecute above ground. Things went on every day they couldn't reach, and voices laughed at night that they couldn't place. Why, man, out of 10 surviving houses built before 1700 not moved since, I'll wager that in 8 I can show you something weird in the cellar. There's hardly a mouth that you don't read of workmen finding bricked up arches and wells leading nowhere in this or that old place as it comes down. You could see one near Hinchman Street from the elevated last year. There were witches and what their spells summoned, pirates and what they brought in from the sea, smugglers, privateers, and I tell you, people knew how to live and how to enlarge the bounds of life in old times. This wasn't the only world a bold and wise man could know. Pah! And to think of today in contrast with such pale pink brains that even a club of supposed artists gets shudders and convulsions if a picture goes beyond the feelings of a Beacon Street tea table. The only savings of grace of present, that is, it's too damn stupid to question the past very closely. What do maps and records and guidebooks really tell of the North End? Bah! At a guess, I'll guarantee to lead you to 30 or 40 alleys and networks of alleys north of Prince Street that aren't suspected by 10 living beings outside of the foreigners that swam them. And what do these Datagos know of their meaning? No, thunder. These ancient places are dreaming gorgeously and overflowing with wonder and terror and escapes from the commonplace, and yet there's not a living soul to understand or profit by them. Or rather, there's only one living soul, for I haven't been digging around the past for nothing. Since here you're interested in this sort of thing, what if I told you that I've got another studio up there? Where can I catch the night spirit of antique horror and paint things that I couldn't think even of Newbury Street? Naturally, I don't tell those cursed old maids at the club with Raid. Damn him, whispering even as it is that I'm a sort of monster bound down the toboggan of reverse evolution. Yes, thunder. I decided long ago that one must paint terror as well as beauty from life, so I did some exploring in places where I had reason to know terror lives. I've got a place that I don't believe 3 living Nordic men besides myself have ever seen. It isn't so very far from the elevated as distance goes, but it's centuries away as the soul goes. I took it because of the weird old brick well in the cellar, one of the sort I told you about, the shacks almost tumbling down so that nobody else would live there, and I'd hate to tell you how little I pay for it. The windows are boarded up, but I like that all the better since I don't want daylight for what I do. I paint in the cellar where the inspiration is thickest, but I've other rooms furnished on the ground floor. A Sicilian owns it, and I've hired it under the name of Peters. Now, if you're going to game, I'll take you there tonight. I think you'd enjoy the pictures, for as I said, I've let myself go a bit there. It's no vast tour. I sometimes do it on foot, for I don't want to attract attention with a taxi in such a place. We can take the shuttle at the South Station for Battery Street, and after that, the walk isn't much. Well, Elliot, there wasn't much for merit for me to do after the haranguing, but to keep myself from running instead of walking for the first vacant cab we could sight. We changed to the elevated at South Station and at about 12 o'clock had climbed down the steps at Battery Street and struck along the old waterfront past Constitution Wharf. I don't keep track of the cross streets and can't tell you yet which it was we turned up, but I know it wasn't Greeno Lane. When we did turn, it was to climb through the deserted length of the oldest and dirtiest alley I ever saw in my life, with crumbling looking gables, broken small paned windows, and archaic chimneys that stood out half disintegrated against the moonlit sky. I don't believe there were three houses in sight that had been standing in Cotton Mather's time. Certainly I glimpsed at least two within overhang, and once I thought I saw a peaked roof line of the almost forgotten pre-Camber type, though antiquarians tell us there are none left in Boston. From that alley, which had a dim light, we turned up to the left of an equally silent and still narrower alley with no light at all, and in a minute made what I think was an obtuse angled bend toward the right in the dark. Not long after this, Pickman produced a flashlight and revealed an antediluvian tin paneled door that looked damnably worm eaten. Unlocking it, he ushered me into a barren hallway with that was once splendid dark oak paneling, simple of course, but thrillingly suggestive of the times of Andros and Phipps and witchcraft. Then he took me through a door on the left, lighted an oil lamp, and told me to make myself at home. Now, Elliot, I'm what the man in the street would call fairly hard boiled. But I'll confess that what I saw on the walls of that room gave me a bad turn. They were his pictures, you know, the ones he couldn't paint or even shew in Newbury Street. And he was right when he said he had let himself go. Here, have another drink. I need one anyhow. There's no use in my trying to tell you what they were like, because the awful, the blasphemous horror, and the unbelievable loathsome and moral photor came from simple touches quite beyond the power of words to classify. There was none of the exotic technique you see in Sidney Serme, none of the trans-Saturnian landscapes and lunar fungi and Clark Ashton Smith uses to freeze the blood. The backgrounds were mostly old churchyards, deep wood cliffs by the sea, brick tunnels, ancient paneled rooms, or simple vaults of masonry. Copp's Hill burying ground, which could not be many blocks away from this very house, was a favorite scene. The madness and monstrosity lay in the figures in the foreground, for Pigman's morbid art was preeminently one of Damoranic portraiture. These figures were seldom completely human, but often approached humanity in varying degree. Most of the bodies, while roughly bipedal, had a forward slumping and a vaguely canine cast. The texture of the majority was a kind of unpleasant rubberiness. I can't see them now. Their occupations, well, don't ask me to be too precise. They were usually feeding. I won't say on what. They were sometimes shown in groups in cemeteries or underground passages, and often appeared to be in battle over their prey, or rather their treasure trove. And what damnable expressiveness Pickman sometimes gave the sightless faces of this charnel booty. Occasionally, the things were shewn leaping through open windows at night, or squatting on the chests of sleepers, worrying at their throats. One canvas showed a ring of them baying about a hanged witch on Gallows Hill, whose dead face held a close kinship of theirs. But don't get the idea that it was all this hideous business of theme and setting which struck me faint. I'm not a 3-year-old kid, and I'd seen much like this before. It was the faces, Elliot, those accursed faces that leered and slavered out of the canvas with the very breath. By God, man, I verily believe they were alive. That nauseous wizard had waked the fires of hell in Pigment, and his brush had been a nightmare spawning wand. Give me that decanter, Elliot. There was one thing called blessing. Heaven pity me that I ever saw it. Listen, can you fancy a squatting circle of nameless dog like things in a churchyard teaching a small child how to feed like themselves? The price of changeling, I suppose. You know the old myth about how the weird people leave their spawn in cradles in exchange for the human babes they steal. Pickman was showing what happens to those stolen babes, how they grow up, and then I began to see a hideous relationship in the faces of the human and non human figures. He was, in all his gradations of morbidity between the frankly non human and the degradedly human, establishing a sardonic linkage in evolution. The dog things were developed from mortals. And no sooner had I wondered what he made of their own young is left with mankind in the form of changelings, than my eye caught a picture embodying that very thought. It was of that of an ancient Puritan interior, a heavy beamed room with lattice windows, a settle and clumsy 17th century furniture with the family sitting about while the father read from the scriptures. Every face but one showed nobility and reverence, but that one reflected the mockery of the pit. It was that of a young man in years, and no doubt belonged to a supposed son of that pious father. But in essence, it was the kin of the unclean things. It was their changeling, and in a spirit of supreme irony, Pickman had given the features of a very perceptible resemblance to his own. By this time, Pickman had lighted a lamp in a adjoining room and was politely holding open the door for me, asking me if I would care to see his modern studies. I hadn't been able to give him much of my opinions. I was too speechless with fright and loathing, but I think he fully understood and felt highly complimented. And now I want to assure you again, Elliot, that I'm no mollycoddle to scream at anything which shews a bit of departure from the usual. I'm middle aged and decently sophisticated, and I guess you saw enough of me in France to know I'm not easily knocked out. Remember, too, that I just about recovered my wind and got used to those frightful pictures which turned colonial New England into a kind of annex of hell. Well, in spite of all of this, that next room forced the real scream out of me, and I had to clutch at the doorway to keep from keeling over. The other chamber had shewn a pack of ghouls and witches overrunning the world of our forefathers, but this one brought the horror right into our daily life. Gad, how that man could paint. There was a study called Subway Accident, in which a flock of the vile things were clambering up from some unknown catacomb through a crack in the floor of the Boylston Street subway and attacking a crowd of people on the platform. Another shrewd dance on Copp's Hill among the tombs with the background of today. Then there were any number of cellar views with monsters creeping in through holes and rifts in the masonry and grinding as they squatted behind barrels of furnaces and waited for their first victim to descend the stairs. One disgusting canvas seemed to depict a vast cross section of Beacon Hill, with ant-like armies of the mephitic monsters squeezing themselves through burrows and honeycomb the ground. Dances in the modern cemeteries were freely pictured, and another conception somehow shocked me more than all the rest. A scene in an unknown vault where the scores of the beasts crowded about one who held a well-known Boston guidebook and was evidently reading aloud. All were pointing to a certain passage, and every face seemed so disordered with epileptic and reverent laughter that I almost thought I heard the fiendish echoes. The title of the picture was Holmes, Lowell, and Longfellow Lie Buried in Mount Auburn. As I gradually steadied myself and got readjusted to the second room of deviltry and morbidity, I began to analyze some of the points in my sickening loathing. In the first place, I said to myself, these things repelled because of the utter inhumanity and callous cruelty they showed in Pickman. The fellow must be a relentless enemy of all mankind to take such glee in the torture of brain and flesh and the degradation of the mortal tenement. In the second place, they terrified because of their very greatness. Their art was the art that convinced. When we saw the pictures, we saw the diamonds themselves and were afraid of them. And the weird part was that Pickman got none of his power from the use of selectiveness or bizarre. Nothing was blurred, distorted, or conventionalized. Outlines were sharp and lifelike, and details were almost painfully defined. And the faces. It was not any mere artist interpretation that we saw. It was pandemonium itself, crystal clear in stark objectivity. That was it. By heaven, the man was not a fantasy or romantic at all. He did not even try to give us the churning, prismatic ephemerema of dreams, but coldly and sardonically reflected some stable, mechanistic, and well established horror world which he saw fully, brilliantly, squarely, and unfalteringly. God knows what that world could have been, or where he ever glimpsed the blasphemous shapes that loped and trotted and crawled through it. But whatever the baffling source of his images, one thing was plain. Pickman was, in every sense, in conception and in execution, a thorough, painstaking, and almost scientific realist. My host was now leading the way down cellar to his actual studio, and I braced myself for some hellish effects among the unfinished canvases. As we reached the bottom of the damp stairs, he turned his flashlight to a corner of the large open space at hand, revealing the circular brick curb of what was evidently a great well in the earthen floor. We walked nearer, and I saw that it must be 5 feet across, with a walk some good foot thick and some 6 inches above the ground level. Solid work of the 17th century, or I was much mistaken. That Pickman said was the kind of thing he had been talking about. An aperture of the network of tunnels that used to undermine the hill. I noticed idly that it did not seem to be bricked up, and that a heavy disk of wood formed the apparent cover. Thinking of the things this well must have been connected with Pickman's wild hints had not been more mere rhetoric. I shivered slightly, then turned to follow him up a step and through a narrow door into a room of fair size, provided with a wooden floor and furnished as a studio in acetylene gas outfit gave me the light necessary to work. The unfinished pictures on easels or proposed again were propped against the walls were as ghastly as the finished ones upstairs, and shewed the painstaking methods of the artist. Scenes were blocked out with extreme care, and pencil guidelines told of the minute exactitude which Pickman used in getting the right perspective and proportions. The man was great, I say, even now, knowing as much as I do. A large camera on a table excited my notice, and Pickman told me that he used it in taking scenes for backgrounds, so that he might paint them from photographs in the studio instead of carting his outfit around the town or for this or that view. He thought a photograph quite as good as an actual scene or a model for sustained work, and declared he employed them regularly. There was something very disturbing about the nauseous sketches and half finished monstrosities that leered around from every side of the room, and when Pickman suddenly unveiled a huge canvas on the side away from the light, I could not for my life keep back of a loud scream, the second I had emitted that night. It echoed and echoed through the dim vaultings of the ancient and nitrous cellar, and I had to choke back a flood of reaction that threatened to burst out as hysterical laughter. Merciful Creator, Elliot. But I don't know how much was real and how much was feverish fancy. It doesn't seem to me that Earth can hold a dream like that. It was a colossal and nameless blasphemy with glaring red eyes, and it held in bony claws the thing that had been a man, gnawing at the head as a child nibbles at a stick of candy. Its position was a kind of crouch, and as one looked on, felt that any moment it might drop its present prey and seek a juicier morsel. But damn it all, if it wasn't even the fiendish subject that made it such an immortal fountainhead of all panic, not that, nor the dog face with its pointed ears, bloodshot eyes, flat nose, and drooling lips. It wasn't the scaly claws, nor the mold-caked body, nor the half-hooved feet. None of these, though any one of them might well have driven an excitable man to madness. It was the technique. Eliot the cursed, the impious, the unnatural technique as I am living being. I never elsewhere saw the actual breath of life so fused into a canvas. The monster was there. It glared and gnawed and gnawed and glared, and I knew that only a suspension of nature's laws could ever let a man paint a thing that would, without a model, without some glimpse of the netherworld, such no mortal unsold to the fiend has ever had. Pinned with a thumb tacked to a vacant part of the canvas was a piece of paper now badly curled up. Probably, I thought, a photograph from which Pickman meant to paint a background as hideous as the nightmare it was to enhance. I reached out to uncurl and took at it, when suddenly I saw Pickman start as if shot he had been listening with peculiar intensity ever since my shocked scream had waked unaccustomed echoes in the dark cellar. And now he seemed struck with a fright which, though not comparable to my own, had it in more of the physical than of the spiritual. He drew a revolver and motioned me to silence, then stepped out into the main cellar and closed the door behind him. I think I was paralyzed for an instant, imitating Pickman's listening. I fancied I heard a faint scurrying sound somewhere, and a series of squeals or bleats in a direction I couldn't determine. I thought of huge rats and shuddered, and then there came a subdued sort of clatter which somehow set me all in goose flesh, a figurative, groping kind of clatter, though I can't attempt to convey what I mean in words. It was like heavy wood falling on stone or brick, wood or wood on brick. What did that make me think of? And it came again and louder. There was a vibration as if the wood had fallen farther than it had fallen before. And after that, I followed a sharp, not grating noise, a shouted gibberish from Pickman, and the deafening discharge of all six chambers of a revolver, fired spectacularly as a lion tamer might fire in the air for effect. A muffled squeal or squawk, and a thud, then more wood and brick grating, a pause, and the opening of the door, at which I'll confess I started violently. Pickman reappeared, and with his smoking weapon, cursing the bloated rats that infested the ancient well. The deuce knows what they eat, Thurber, he grinned, for those archaic tunnels touched graveyard and witch den and sea coast, but whatever it is, they must have run short, for they were devilish anxious to get out. Your yelling stirred them up, I fancy. Better be cautious in these old places. Our routed friends are the one drawback, though. I sometimes think they're a positive asset by way of atmosphere and color. Well, Elliot, that was the end of the night's adventure. Pickman had promised to show me the place, and heaven knows he had done it. He had led me out of the tangle of alleys in another direction, it seems, For when we sighted a lamp post, we were in half familiar street with monotonous rows of mingled tenement blocks and old houses. Charter Street, it turned out to be, but I was too flustered to notice just where we hit it. We were too late for the elevated and walked back downtown through Hanover Street. I remember that walk. We switched from Tremorth up Beacon, and Pickman let me at the corner of Joy, where I turned off. I never spoke to him again. Why? Why did I drop him? Don't be impatient. Wait till I ring for coffee. We've had enough of the other stuff, but I, for one, need something. No, it wasn't the paintings I saw in that place, though I'll swear they were enough to get him ostracized in 9/10 of the homes and clubs of Boston. And I guess you won't wonder now why I have to steer clear of subways and cellars. It was something I found in my coat the next morning. You know, the curled up paper tacked to that frightful canvas in the cellar. The thing I thought was a photograph of some scene he meant to use as a background for that monster. That last scare had come while I was reaching to uncurl it, and it seems I had vacantly crumpled into my pocket. But here's the coffee. Take it black, Elliot, if you're wise. Yes, that paper was the reason I dropped Pickman. Richard Upton Pickman, the greatest artist I've ever known, and the foulest being that ever leaped the balance of life into the pits of myth and madness. Elliot, was right. Old Reed was right. He wasn't strictly human. Either he was born in strange shadow or he'd found a way to unlock the forbidden gate. It's all the same now, for he's gone, back into the fabulous darkness he loved to haunt. Here, let's have the chandelier going. Don't ask me to explain or even conjecture about what I burned. Don't ask me either what lay behind that mold like scrambling Pickman was so keen to pass off as rats. There are secrets, you know, which might have come down from old Salem times, and Cotton Mather tells even stranger things. You know how damned lifelike Pickman's paintings were, how we all wondered where he got those faces. Well, that paper wasn't a photograph of any background. After all, what it showed was simply the monstrous being he was painting on that awful canvas. It was the model he was using, and its background was merely the wall of the cellar studio in minute detail. But by God, Elliot, it was a photograph from life. What's up in Dublin, Ireland? That is amazing. That's for Dublin, Ireland, dude. If I could, people have asked me if I could go anywhere in the world, where would I go? And like, yeah, you know, you got Egyptian temples and all that stuff, and temples would be great and everything. It really would, but I would like to go to Dublin. That would be nice to try some like Guinness from Source. I think that place has got some pretty, I don't know, got some awesome stuff going down. What tribe am I? Uh, what tribe am I? The human tribe, that's for sure. And what is it that I do? will I do many things. Um, Currently, the main focus and the main goal, amongst other things going on, but the thing is sharing wisdom and reading from the philosophers of our past. What I was just reading was from H.P. Lovecraft. The day before, I was reading Edgar Allan Poe, spent the day reading him, and so we change books, switch to different authors, and cover different materials in which we can find that across the world and without needing some group name or some actual affiliation, that we can find family around the world that has similar realities to what we're drawn to. Many people are lost in the world and they have interests. They follow those interests. They have particular constructs of the mind. And amongst those who are immediately around them, those ones cannot relate. They cannot connect. They cannot confirm nor deny. They cannot give any food of information back to the experiencer. And so finding this family of humanity around the world through just one channel here is definitely that there, and a focus on positivity, a focus on positivity, goodwill, and sending that energy out to the world. And that is literally how we can manifest change for, in a very scientific manner, what we focus on, we do have an impact upon what actually happens in our world, from a small point to a great degree. So, depending how one has concentrated their own raw, their own chi, their own energy on a daily basis, and boom, boom. I tell you what, if you would like me to read something in particular, um, shoot me an email at cetra@yahoo.com. That's cetra@yahoo.com, SETCHRA, or leave a comment on any of the videos that I have on the account. And generally speaking, I scroll over those comments and I'll look through them. And if I see something, I can write it down and make sure I have that set up or ready to go, or whatever the case. Um, Most definitely. Good morning, mostly, definitely good morning where I am currently. It is 9:41, and been on here for a little bit this morning, going on 5 hours. So we'll jump off here in probably about 19 minutes or so. Uh, Definitely good mornings. Definitely awake and bake. Let's change that up a little bit. one moment. It's a pretty good poem I found. There is it starting there. Yep. All right. This is Edgar Allan Poe. And one thing that I enjoy about reading, for those that know me, know my story without going all into my past and whatnot, um, when I read, I think of my mom. I really think about her. She really connects me with her energy. Anyways, here's some Edgar Allan Poe. And this is says, I cannot better introduce the few poems which I shall present for your consideration than by the citation of the proem to Longfellow's Waif. The day is done and the darkness falls from the wings of night. As a feather is wafted downward from an eagle in his flight, I see the lights of the village gleam through the rain in the midst, and a feeling of sadness comes over me that my soul cannot resist, a feeling of sadness and longing that is not akin to pain and resembles sorrow only. As the mist resembles the rain, come, read to me some poem, some simple and heartfelt lay that shall soothe this restless feeling and banish the thoughts of day. Not from the grand old masters, not from the bard sublime whose distant footsteps echo through the corridors of time, for like strains of martial music, their mighty thoughts suggest, like endless toil and endeavor, and tonight I long for rest. Read from some humbler poet whose songs gushed from his heart as showers from the clouds of summer, or tears from the eyelids start, who through long days of labor and nights devoid of ease still heard in his soul the music of wonderful melodies. Such songs have power to quiet the restless pulse of care and come like the benediction that follows after prayer. Then read from the treasured volume the poem of thy choice, and lend to the rhyme of the poet the beauty of thy voice, and the night shall be filled with music, and the cares that infest the day shall fold their tents like the Arabs, and as silently steal away the bards sublime whose distant footsteps echo down the corridors of time. There, though the long summer hours, the golden light should lie, and thick young herbs and groups of flowers stand in their beauty by, the oriental should build and tell his love tale close beside my cell. The idle butterfly should rest him there, and there be heard the housewife bee and hummingbird. And what if cheerful shouts at noon come from the village scent, or songs of maids beneath the moon with fairy laughter blent? And what if in the evening light betrothed lovers walk in sight of my low monument? I would the lovely scene around might know no sadder sight nor sound. I know I know I should not see the season's glorious show, nor would its brightness shine for me, nor its wild music flow. But if around my place of sleep my friend of my love should come to weep, they might not haste to go. Soft airs and song and the light and bloom should keep them lingering by my tomb. These to their softened hearts should bear the thoughts of what has been, and speak of one who cannot share that gladness of the scene, whose part in all the pomp that fills the circuit of the summer hills is that his grave is green and deeply wood their hearts rejoice to hear again this living voice, a feeling of sadness and longing that is not akin to pain and resembles sorrow only, as the mist resembles rain. I fill this cup till one made up of loveliness alone, a woman of her gentle sex, the seeming Tarragon, to whom the better elements and kindly stars have given rise, a form so fair that like the air 'tis less of earth than heaven, her every tone is muse's own, like those of morning birds, and something more than melody dwells ever in her words. The coinage of her heart are they, and from her lips each flows as one may see the burden bee forth issue from the rose. Affections are so thoughts to her, the measures of her hours. Her feelings have the fragrancy, the freshness of young flowers, and the lovely passions changing off, so fill her she appears, the image of themselves by turns, the idol of past years. Of her bright face one glance will trace a picture on the brain, and to her voice in echoing hearts a sound must long remain. But memories such as mine of her so very much endears, when death is nigh, my latest sigh will not be life's but hers. I filled this cup to one made up of loveliness alone, a woman of her gentle sex, the seeming paragon. Her health and would on earth there stood some more of such a frame, that life might be all poetry and weariness a name. Oh, saw ye not fair Enatus? She's gone into the west, to dazzling when the sun is down and rob the world of rest. She took our daylight with her, the smiles that we love best, with morning blushes on her cheek and pearls upon her breast. Oh, turn again, fair Enes, before the fall of night, for fear the moon should shine alone and stars unrivaled bright, and blessed will the lover be that walks beneath their light and breathes the love against thy cheek. I dare not even write. I would had been fair Inez, that gallant cavalier who rode so gaily by the side. I whispered they so dear. Were there no bonny dames at home, or no true lovers here, that he should cross the seas to win the dearest of thy dear? I saw thee, lovely Inez, descend along the shore, with bands of noble gentlemen and banners waved before, and gentle youth and maidens gay in snowy plumes they wore. It would have been a beauteous dream if it had been no more. Alas, alas, for Inez, she went away with song, with music waiting on her steps, and shoutings of the throng. But some were sad and felt no mirth, but only music's wrong, in sound that sang farewell, farewell to her your love so long. Farewell, farewell, fair Agnes, that vessel never bore so fair a lady on its deck, nor danced so light before. Alas, for pleasure on the sea and sorrow on the shore, the smile that blessed one lover's heart has broken many more. Once more unfortunate, weary of breath, go to her death. Take her up tenderly, lift her with care, fashioned so slenderly, young and so fair. Look at her garments clinging like cerements, while the wave constantly drips from her clothing, taking her up instantly, loving not loathing. Touch her not scornfully, think of her mournfully, gently and humanly, not of the stains of her. All that remains of her now is pure womanly. Make no deep scrutiny into her mutiny, rash and undutiful, past all dishonor. Death has left her only the beautiful where the lamps quiver so far in the river, with many a light from window and casement, from garret to basement. She stood with amazement, houseless by night. The bleak wind of March made her tremble and shiver, but not the dark arch Or the black flowing river, mad from life's history, glad to death's mystery, swift to be hurled anywhere out in the world, and the plunge viewed boldly, no matter how coldly the rough river man over the brink of it. Picture it, think of it, dissolute man, lave in it, drink of it, then if you can, still of all slips of her, one of Eve's family. Wipe those poor lips of hers, oozing so calmly. Loop her tresses, escape from her comb, her fair auburn tresses, while wonderment guesses where was her home, who was her father, who was her mother. Had she a sister, had she a brother, or was there a dearer one still, a nearer one yet than all other? Alas for the rarity of Christian charity under the sun! Oh, it was pitiful, near a whole city full, home she had none. Sisterly, brotherly, fatherly, motherly, feelingly had changed, love by harsh evidence, thrown from its imminence, seemingly estranged. Take her up tenderly, lift her with care, fashioned so slenderly, young and so fair, ere her limb frigidly stiffened, no too rigidly, decently, kindly, smooth and composed them, and her eyes closed them, staring so blindly, dreadfully staring, through muddy impurity, as when the daring last took up despairing, fixed in futurity, perishing gloomily, spurred by continually cold inhumanity, burning insanity, into her rest, cross her hands humbly, as if praying dumbly, over her breast, stoning her weakness, her evil behavior, and leaving with meekness her sin to her Savior. Though the day of my destiny over, and the star of my fate hath declined, the soft heart refused to discover the faults which so many could find. Though thy soul with my grief was acquainted, it shrunk not to share it with me, and the love with which my spirit hath painted it never hath found but in thee. When in nature around me is smiling, the last smile which answers to mine, I do not believe it beguiling, because it reminds me of thine. When winds are at a war with the ocean, as if the breasts I believe in with me. If the billows excite an emotion, it is that they bear me from thee. Though the rock of my last hope is shivered, and its fragrance are sunk in the wave, though I feel that my soul is delivered to pain, it shall not be its slave. There is many a pain to pursue me. They may crush, but shall not contemn, that they may torture, but shall not subdue me. 'Tis of thee that I think, not of them. Though human, thou didst not deceive me. Thou woman, thou didst not forsake. Though love thou forbiddest to grieve me, thou slandered, thou never couldst shake. Though trusted, thou didst not disclaim me. Thou parted, it was not to fly. Though watchful, 'twas not to defame me. Nor mute that world might belie, yet I blame not the world, nor despite it, nor the war or the many with one. If my soul was not fitted to prize it, 'twas folly not sooner to shun. And if dearly that error hath cost me, and more than I once should foresee, I have found that whatever it is lost to me, it could not deprive me of thee. From the wreck of the past which hath perished, thus much I least may recall. It hath taught me that which I most cherished deserved to be dearest of all. In the desert a fountain is springing, in the wide waste there still is a tree, and a bird in the solitude singing, which speaks to my spirit of thee. There you go. What's up, bro? Well, that was some Edgar Allan Poe for you. Thanks for being with us today. It certainly has been groovy. And we got our email, setrite at yahoo.com. Feel free to send any questions, inquiries, anything along those matters. Be happy to respond. Jebby. Got a lot of information up, a lot of videos, but essentially and currently, every day we are increasing our minds and learning many aspects of life from old philosophers to modern experiences. And this is something we do every day at -4 GMT, would be Eastern Time, 5 a.m. Until 10 a.m. every day. At least that's the current schedule we got going on. How do you reach this point from A3DXN? To say a bit, I won't disagree with that. Tell you what. But in the most loving of ways, I've found that the shamans of today, the wise individuals of today, we are really remembering everything we've ever learned before. And in that, it's a beautiful future that we get to create together. And it is 10. Donna de Kauai. Have a beautiful day. Many blessings as we've sent them off for the day. And till we see you tomorrow.